Okay, good morning, guys. We will be beginning at 12 o'clock. There will be a video presentation to begin with. Um, we will have Colin from SBIG as well as Richard Wright doing his talk on the CCD versus CMOS, which is going to be the fun part of all of this. And of course, audience participation is highly welcomed. Just to let you know, we're just going to run the screen for now so you know that the stream is active. Come back at around about 12 o'clock. I will be doing a video presentation to begin with, and then we're going to have our two guests on, which will be Colin Haig from SBIG and of course Richard Wright from doing his CCD versus CMOS thing. I mean, he's from Software Bisque, but hey, whatever. All right, we will see you guys in just a moment.
Hello and welcome to the first tutorial. This one's going to be a free one for all you people out there. As you can tell, I've obviously started a Patreon page to try and hopefully service the astronomy community with some pretty good stuff. Now, I understand that there are other things out there that are considered free, but the only difference here is I'm going to kind of dive into a little bit more depth and some of the settings and things like that. And today, in this particular one, I'm going to be looking at the Eagle Nebula. I've already acquired the data, and this will be available for you guys to download for free, so you guys can have a go at it. And let's get started. So, of course, depending on how you use to capture the images and all that kind of stuff, you kind of want it to have everything set up. So, first things first is to get all your files in folders and in order. So in my case, I didn't do any flat frames. Sometimes I just don't find the need to. In this particular case, it probably doesn't really affect the image at the end of the day, because obviously I've already checked the footage over already. Now, I've set everything up so it's all in lights, darks and biases, and there is a reason why I'm doing it in this particular fashion, and we're going to get started. So the program that we're looking at this time round is going to be Deep Sky Stacker. There's multiple versions of it. There's a 64-bit, there's a 32-bit, and obviously this one's complaining about being updated, but I'm just going to ignore that for now, because for this purpose it's going to be fine. So first of all, we need to import all our files into Deep Sky Stacker. So the easiest way to do is just to drag and drop, as I'm doing right now, and then telling the system what type of file it is. So I'm pulling in the lights, now I'm pulling in the darks, so I make sure I select the darks, and then the biased, and I select biased. So as you can see, it sorts everything out to which type it is, and you can kind of get an idea of what's going on. So with the Eagle Nebula, we're gonna basically check our data to make sure it's good. This particular image was actually done with a ASI 1600, which most people seem to have, so it's quite a common camera. Always good to use a common camera, just so for the sake of the workflow, everyone's somewhat the same. Then we can check some of the information here, the exposure, how long it's done for, the type of bias frames, etc. Now, what I'm also going to start looking at is we need to kind of check through each frame. I mean, I'm one of these persons that I stay up all night, I check out everything and go through things one at a time as the data comes down, so I can see it happening live, essentially. So I'm just going to quickly go through and check all the subframes and make sure everything's good. And you may notice a tiny bit of movement, but that's okay. So what I'm doing is, so we've got a bizarre frame here where it suddenly flipped around. That's probably because of the meridian flip. So there's a file that we need to remove from the list. So we just simply right click and remove it. So it's not in the list any longer. So now we're pretty much ready to begin. Now this is typically what trips everybody over, is what should the settings be. So let's start looking into some of these. We're going to click on register clicked pictures. Typically I just use that because it's the easiest way. It just kind of does everything for you. And there's a couple of warnings here and there. You can pretty much ignore them for pretty much most of the time. This part here is the advanced section. So we're going to look at the advanced tab here. What this basically does is it detects the stars to do the actual alignment procedure. So there's a slider here that goes from pretty much 2 through to 98. By default it's typically set to 10, and I'm just going to run this just to see what it's doing, or show you what it's doing, and then you can see it's counting how many stars there are in the actual image. And the idea here is you need a good amount of stars to be able to do the actual tracking part of the process. So what happens here is in Deep Sky Stacker, it looks at each one and it's kind of like a plate solve, and then it looks at the next picture and it aligns everything up. So what it will do is it will automatically adjust and rotate each image to be able to be layered on top of each other, since we are actually stacking. Of course, you can do this by hand, but you know, why do something manually when you can get a program to do it, of course. And just to show you what happens if we reduce the percentage, you will actually see that the number of stars actually drops dramatically. Typically, I prefer to at least have 100 stars. So in this particular case, the default setting is absolutely fine. We're just going to leave it at 10% and go from there. So the next thing that we're going to look at now is the stacking parameters. The reason why I'm looking at that instead of the recommended settings is because this is trying to tell you how to do this on the most common settings. So you're going to first of all come up against the results window, and this is the different way of clipping or cropping the actual image. So typically most people will probably just use standard mode. You can kind of see what it's trying to do here. Mosaic is obviously if you're trying to produce some kind of a mosaic. However, this does not actually create mosaics. All it does is it just randomly selects areas and then tries to create the biggest image possible, especially if the scene is kind of jumping around all over the place. Intersect mode basically cuts out all the parts and only uses what's actually worth using. Typically I prefer to use intersection mode as opposed to any of the other two, because then it saves me having to crop things out. So there are two other settings here, which is drizzling. Basically what this does is it will enlarge the pixel. So if you have a camera or a shot that would be considered undersampled, I would probably recommend you using the 2x drizzle in this particular case. This is a monochrome image, so we are not doing the RGB for the final alignment, so I'm not worried about that. We have a couple of things down at the bottom. Depending on how good or bad your computer is, I would recommend you use reduce work threads priority and use all processors available. The obvious answer for the use all processors is, you know, if you've got a machine that has multiple cores, it'll use as many as it can, speeds up the process, that kind of stuff. Reduce worker thread priority is basically it's going to utilize your machine in such a way where it doesn't actually hammer the machine. So let's just say this thing is in the foreground and you've got a bunch of things running around in the background, or you're doing a bunch of other things. You kind of want to do this in the background. So by clicking on that, reduce worker threads places the actual program into the background so it runs and it doesn't interrupt other things that you might be doing if this was your only machine. Since we're not running multiple things, I'm just going to keep this ticked off for now because this is pretty much dedicated for this sole purpose. Then we're going to look at the light tab. So there is multiple different settings here and people are going, oh my gosh, what does all of this mean? Typically these are the different type of stacking modes. You can actually do a lot of reading up on the internet for what this all means. Average basically looks at the average value of a pixel and then basically goes for that. Median is, as it says, it's the median number of a particular value. So typically when people turn around and say an average number between 6 and say 9 would be something like about, I don't know, 7. Because that's where the average would be, whereas a median would be if more numbers favor a certain number, it'll favor that number. So in other words, if most of your stuff reports as an 8, it'll be closer to 8 than it would be as a 7. That's essentially what that is. Kappa sigma clipping, median sigma clipping. Again, different types of stacking methods. It typically uses the mean number. If you mouse over it, it does actually say what the actual mathematic formula is. So if you've ever remembered in mathematics, you've got mean, median and mode. Typically speaking, most people who want to average something in a mathematical formula would use something like the mean number, hence why kappa sigma clipping is a viable option. In this particular case, we're not concerned about any of that. The only two that we're going to want to use most of the time because of the amount of frames that we're actually doing is just going to be average and median. Typically, if you have a lot of frames, it's actually better to use the other types of formulas, kappa sigma, medium kappa sigma, auto adaptive weight average, and high dynamic range for entropy weighted. But this is only applicable if you have a high number of subs. So let's just say you did, over the course of say two or 3 days, and you've collected well over 100 images, for a lack of better description, you would probably start looking at using one of those other things. If you find that you have a lot of areas like the Orion Nebula where the core tends to blow out, high dynamic range as a stacking mode tends to actually be better, especially if you're trying to reduce that and bring it back out. Obviously in Deep Sky Stacker it doesn't process anything, we are just using it for the stacking purposes. If you're using other programs like PixInsight, there's other advantages and disadvantages behind it, obviously, learning curve being a bigger disadvantage in my mind. But in this particular case, we're going to try and keep this as simple as possible, and we're just going to simply choose average. Now, dark frames is a similar principle behind all of this, and the idea here is we're going to pick a similar setup in this case. Typically I will just use median because I just want the median number, in other words the most common value that it's going to give. I'm not going to use any of the other settings. What I'll also do is hot pixel detection and removal with dark optimization. If I was using a CCD camera, I would do bad column detection and removal as well, but obviously this is actually a CMOS camera. CMOS cameras do not have column defects, as they're pretty much known as. Typically what you would find as a column defect, they call them warm columns, is a very long line that kind of runs up through the frame. Some are worse than others, but CMOS cameras do not have bad columns. If you ever see a bad column, something's seriously wrong with your camera, to be totally honest. But in this case we're using a CMOS camera, so hot pixel detection and removal with dark optimization, and that's all going to be set on, and that's going to be left at median. Offset bias, again we're going to just leave this as medium, not a lot of settings to really go through for this particular case. If you shoot a lot of bias frames, the better it gets. You kind of may want to double check your bias frames to make sure that the noise behind that it's creating is somewhat random, or if not overly uniform. So just to explain what I'm talking about, I'm going to look at a bias frame and I'm just going to raise the levels up so we can really see what's going on. So if I go through and check between one versus the other, the noise should be relatively random, and anything that shows up like a hot pixel is what is actually going to get removed. Again, most of the times these bias frames work incredibly well, unlike what the dark frames do. It depends entirely on each camera. So a dark frame would typically remove all these strange looking areas. So in this case we have what is known as amp glow, and you can see in the corners something's going on here, where it's obviously lighter in these corners but darker more in the middle. This is kind of typical of a 1600, where there is a darker band that runs dead center, two hot corners on top of bottom, and this really faint fudge smear, for lack of a better description, is on this side. Usually when I see that, I can kind of tell this is a 1600. It has its very specific characteristic, and every camera has its own thing. The great thing here is it's always uniform, it's always there, and it can always be calibrated out. So we're going to go back into the settings real fast. So now we're going to look at the alignment. This is actually kind of important based upon how the images are aligned. Most people just set this to automatic because you just allow it depending on the number of stars. Obviously it says so in the description, but you can pick certain types of alignment if you're going to have trouble with certain things, especially if you're taking pictures and there are very few stars in the field. You can actually use these different functions. Typically leave it at automatic, let the machine work it out, and you'll be pretty much safe. Intermediate files create calibrated frames and all this kind of stuff. This is not actually all that critical. What this allows you to do is it will save calibrated frames for you, and it'll even register them. And the idea behind doing that is if you want to get rid of your FITS files afterwards once they've been processed and you only want to keep the calibrated frames, you can actually do this. Depending on if you have a color camera or a monochrome, you can also debayer all the information and save all of those out, and you can even create a register and calibrated file for each frame. Saving format is obviously in TIFF and FITS. Ultimately, you should always be using FITS files over TIFF. The FITS files basically just contains headers and information about the particular shot, and it's kind of useful to retain that information for astronomical purposes or scientific data research, that kind of stuff, especially if you find something that could be of interest but you've already trashed the files and you think, oh my gosh, you know, if only I saw that earlier, you could have saved it. Cosmetics. So this is a what tends to be a little bit more complicated for most people, and you kind of need to understand how your camera works in order for this to actually work properly. So what this actually does is it's looking at what we refer to as cold and hot pixels. Hot pixels typically show up as one white pixel, and cold pixels typically show up as just straight up black. So you have a value assigned to these depending on the bit depth of your particular camera. So in the 1600s case, it can have a gray value anywhere up to like 65,000 plus numbers, or it can have a 0 value. Typically, if it sees a 0 value, it must mean it's a cold pixel, and if one particular pixel has hit basically the ceiling, which is like the 65,000 plus number, it is considered a hot pixel. What this part does is it'll look at each individual pixel, assign that value. If it meets those requirements, it'll remove it. And what we can do is we can set how strong this is going to be, and then we can also change the size of how big those pixels need to be. Ultimately, just leave it on 1 pixel size unless you were shooting something very specific, or you were doing something specific where you shot pixel binning, for example. So if you were to bin the camera at say 2x2, you need to up this to 2 pixels. Hence why the biggest number you can get up to is actually 6. Because typically, if you were to bin, you will never exceed 6x6 binning. I mean, you just end up with just a giant square, and it's not very, very interesting. Again, you can save an image showing the clean pixels for each frame if you just wanted to do some testing or you wanted to check up on the camera. This is actually kind of interesting sometimes when you can actually look at how much has been stripped out versus how much is actually left behind. In this case, I'm going to turn it off because I don't particularly need it, nor am I going to really test my camera because I know it works. Output files, pretty straightforward here. We can do all of these different types of parameters, change the names of things however I want to do it. I don't need to create an HTML description file, so we can leave that unchecked. Output name, just leave it as autosave. Always have append numbers to avoid overwriting, so it basically, if a file shows up that has the same name, it'll automatically create version 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth and so on. Now the output location is I can choose for where it to go, or I can leave it in the same folder. Again, it just depends on where you want to put all these files. Typically I just leave them in the same folder, so when I actually go back to it, I know where it is. I can find it pretty quickly. Last but not least is temporary files and folders. 9 times out of 10, most people tend to leave this alone, but in some cases you may not have a lot of space, but you might have an external hard drive. You can use this by clicking on this and then going to that drive and selecting it, so it can store the temporary files somewhere that's a little bit more useful. Or if you're one of these people that plans to clear out the cache once in a while because you keep running out of space, because let's face it, this stuff takes up a lot of space, you can choose where it will go, and you can remove it or find it quickly. So once we've set all of these, again, you only need to set these once typically. We can just simply OK it, and then if we check the recommended settings, it'll tell you, what other settings that it should recommend. In this particular case, because of the amount of bias frames I've taken, it's recommending I use Sigma clipping medium combination method, but again, I'm just going to simply ignore it and just go on from there. So once we've got all of that set, we're going to basically click on OK, and this will tell me some of the information of what's going on, the exposure time, assuming that your FITS files have all the information available, the type of stacking, and it's like your last chance to change any particular settings if you wanted to. Remember, this particular case, this is not a color picture that we're processing here. This is a mono picture. So again, just going to check through this, make sure this is all correct. We don't have any flat frames, and we are pretty much ready to go. So I'm going to click OK, and off this thing goes. And as soon as it's all done, we're going to come back and then check the file. So we're coming into the part where the actual stacking is actually occurring, because it's gone through all the processing and the calibration part of the stacking procedure. And you're going to notice that this is actually telling us how much movement is actually occurring. You can see by the offset. Now the offset is always based upon one image that it will select based upon the score of the file, which I will show you that in just a moment once this is actually done. And it will even calculate the angle, assuming that you have any type of rotation. Ideally, we don't really want to see this number moving, because if it moves, it means that I have a possible problem of field rotation over a period of time, which typically results in stars looking like streaks and things like that. But in my particular case, I managed to get all of that worked out, so I didn't have that problem. So now it's basically building up the final image, and this is where we can start some of the pre-processing side of things to try and get the image looking good before we actually take it into a program to process anything. So this is typically a histogram with the curves. Now bearing in mind, this is not stretched data. So what we have to do here is we need to try and bump everything up so we can see everything. To make your life easier, instead of clicking and then trying to drag this thing around, you can actually click on the arrow and use the left and right key on your keyboard to shift it around. And the idea here is we try to want to get a image to look somewhat pleasing to the eye, depending on how your monitor is calibrated. It may be different from one to the other, but I'm just going to show you one extreme case where I'm going to set it too high, and you can kind of see everything kind of just washes out and all that data is gone. Strangely enough, it's actually quite recoverable because it's just set a bunch of values. In this particular case, when we are doing this kind of stuff, it's always going to save as a 16-bit file, meaning that we actually have the ability to work with over 16 million shades of grey, as opposed to 65,000, which is typical for something like 12-bit. 8 bits even less, is only 256. So what we're going to do now is we're going to set this to something a little bit more reasonable. Typically I always just go with the halfway mark, and I typically kind of just go by eye. So once I've applied this, I kind of get an idea for this. So it's not that bad, but I'm going to try and pull some of this back a little bit because it's a little bit overblown. What I want to see is I want to see some of the actual nebulosity here, but still keep parts, you know, in dark, and just basically have a nice flat image. I don't want it too contrasty because we're going to basically change all of that in Photoshop. So I might want to just brighten that just a tiny bit. And again, this is all based upon an aesthetical type of thing. You don't have to follow this particular method. I just prefer to have a little less contrast because it's just easier to work when you're doing the processing part of it and, you know, making it look nice. So as it stands, if I was to save out this image, we actually get a pretty good image. And some people would be pretty happy with this without processing it, but you know, we can go in and tweak out more of this and get rid of some of this noise that we see here. So once we've done that, we need to save this image. To the left hand side it says save picture to file, and then I'm just going to put this on the desktop and I'm going to name it something so I know what it's called. So I'm going to call this the Eagle Nebula, and the type of file I'm going to be using is going to be a TIFF image, and I only need it to be in 16-bit. There's no point doing 32-bit unless you're doing something very specific. Again, 16-bit's fine. We don't want any type of compression, so we can see the true file size, and then simply click Save. And off it goes, and we should have somewhere on my desktop a picture of the Eagle Nebula, which is actually right here. Now I'm just going to go back into something here, just to go through some of this. Remember I was mentioning about the score. Now that these files have actually been checked through, you can actually see a score given on this. So what I'm going to do is look at the actual frame that was the reference frame, which is the one that scored the highest versus the one that scored the lowest. And what you can see is you can kind of check to see if there's any major differences. Typically when it shows a very, very low score versus a very, very high score, something might be wrong. So if you pay attention to these two stars here, if I go from one to the other, you'll notice one gets bigger and one gets smaller when I flick through the two. We're not worried about the actual movement per se. What that actually is the actual telescope acclimating over time to the temperature change. So the actual point of where it's in focus has shifted. Now, sometimes this can be quite a problem. In this particular case, it's not bloating that badly by comparison, so I can probably get away with it and just simply ignore it. But if I really wanted to get an image to be a lot tighter, what we can do is double check and remove anything that has a particularly low score, or where these stars are starting to basically bloom out too much, and quite honestly we just might want to simply remove them. That does mean that it does cut down on the amount of time and the data, so the idea here would be is shoot more than you really need. So I'm actually going to go in and remove, since we've already changed, set all those files, and remove some of those frames, and then simply restack them so you can actually see the difference. So we've basically lost 50 minutes or so compared to the previous image. But we're going to run through this process again, but only stack the ones that have a higher score, just so you can see the difference when we do a side-by-side comparison. So once this is done, we'll open up the files and then check them against each other so you can get an idea of what's happening. So we're going to go into Photoshop now, and we're going to open up the two files that we just saved on the desktop, so we can do a side-by-side comparison. So I'm just going to quickly do a quick stretch just to check these. But what we're going to look at first of all is what the difference is between having stacked a higher score versus the lower score, and see if there's any difference. And the difference is there, but it's very, very subtle. So let's just zoom in to say 50%, or even 100%, just make it so we can flick between the two. So this is the lower scoring and this is the higher scoring. What you're noticing right off the bat is there is actually a slight shift. You can actually see that the pixels will move ever so slightly, but more importantly, this is the 2-hour and 10-minute version. Let's look at this star here. If I flick between the two, you will notice the star actually get bigger and smaller when I flick between the two. And then if I look at the nebulosity in this area here, you can actually see one looks smoother and the other one actually looks sharper. Now I'm actually going to disregard the noise for a moment because I'm trying to do a frame comparison here to see what has happened or what is actually going on. And in actual reality, it didn't do a bad job. Some of the bad frames has caused some of the stars to bloom, but you know, we're going from a score from 1900 as low as 1000, and the ones that score 1000 just simply aren't really helping me. The good thing here is though, because of the focal length of this scope, I'm not too worried. I could probably get away with using something like this, and again, this is more of a preference for everybody else depending on what it is that they want to do. But for this particular case, we're going to go look at the one with the highest score, and that's the one we're going to process. So we're going to shut that one down and we're going to revert this back to its original form, because we want to control how much is brought out of the actual image. So the first thing we want to do is we want to do a histogram stretch, and you can do that by going into levels. You can set it automatic if you want to. Typically this does not give you a good result, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in and just stretch some of that data out, just check to see how good or bad it is, and already we can see it's getting a lot better. So we've done a single pass for the actual histogram stretch. So now if we go back in, you can suddenly see this has opened up a lot more, and we can basically go in and tighten that up even further. Now the important thing here is we've got to be careful with what's happening here in the core of the Eagle Nebula, or more commonly known as the Pillars of Creation. We don't want this to go white out, so we have to be very, very careful not for that to happen. The best way to do it is using this slider. All we're doing is brightening up the highlighted areas, and then we can move into the mid levels and change this slider to bring up more or less of the nebulosity. Now remember, you don't want to try and over crank this, otherwise the whole thing blows out and it just seems very, very washed out and opaque looking. So the idea here is you want to bring it up, and you want to look at some of the nebula or the nebulosity areas around here and just double check to make sure if it's actual nebula or if it's just a dark part of space. And you want this to be just visible. You don't want to have it overpowering to the point where we're going to have to do a lot of post-processing to clip some of that out. So I'm going to go for a happy medium where it's just detectable. And again, depending on your screen, it may look better or worse for some people. And once I get it, I may clip some of that off on the other end just to give some of that contrast back. But I'm only going to probably do it by a value of 1 maybe, just to get rid of some of the bad areas. So once I've done that, we have now gone from the original image before we did the histogram stretch, which is this black image here, which shows very little information, to what we see now. If you're wondering how I did that, that was actually in the Histories tab. You can just simply select through all the different variants that we've gone through. Now the problem here with doing any type of histogram stretch is the amount of noise we see is now becoming more and more obvious. So as I look around the actual framing, we can see where noise is more obvious than there is signal. So obviously where there's a high signal area, it gives you the illusion that it's actually a lot smoother than it really is. But that's what we're going to do next, is to get rid of some of this noise. Personally, I don't mind the noise per se. It just helps to keep the actual image looking somewhat real, as opposed to a heavily airbrushed image. Some people tend to over-process, but it just depends on your preference. So first things first is there are multiple ways of doing this. Typically, if you're using a newer version of Photoshop, in this particular case I'm using the latest version, I actually like to go into the camera raw settings. Now remember, we are working off of a 16-bit file here, so there is actually a lot more data than the eye can see compared to what is actually there. Again, this shows us the histogram, and this tells us all the different parts of what is exposed, etc., etc. So we've got the blacks, we've got the whites, the highlights, and the shadows and things like that, and it kind of gives us an idea of what we can play with. So let's get started with actually manipulating this image. So what I want to do first is I kind of want to do noise control first, because I want to be able to get rid of some of this fuzzy, grainy looking noise, for lack of a better description. So first of all, I usually come into this tab here. It just looks like two triangles, one behind each other. One's sharpening and the other one is the noise reduction. And basically, it's the luminance slider that we need, is basically what removes the noise. What I'm going to try and do here is get a balance between the two before it basically gets looking too smooth and funny looking. You can actually play around with all the different settings depending on what it is that you're trying to achieve, but I'm just going to give this a quick once over just to get it to look as smooth as possible. Now, depending on how much detail you're trying to retain, the more luminance we add, the more detail we seem to lose And if you look at this area here, so I'm just going to focus in on just this part here, we can actually see some of that faint wispy detail is starting to disappear the more we go up. So we can actually control that. You can actually set this to its maximum for fun, and we can play around with these sliders to see how much detail is retained versus how much is lost. By default, the default setting on this is actually not that bad, so if it was at 50, we can just about get away with it. But I don't want to lose too much of this detail, so I'm going to come in and fine-tune this. If you look at the contrast, this basically shows any of the areas that have higher detail, we can bring some of that contrast back in to bring that detail back in. So as you can see, it makes quite a difference as we pull that along. So let's just set everything to 100% first of all, and we're going to work backwards. So when everything's at 100%, we're going to look at the previous image, or when it's completely turned off, versus when it's all turned on. And we're trying to find a happy medium between the two. So I don't want all the noise gone, but I don't want this thing looking like some weird, smooth looking cloudy image, even though that's theoretically what it should probably look like. So I'm going to probably go for a happy medium. We're going to go with a halfway mark and check that to make sure we're not getting any strange artifacts. I'm just going to zip around looking in different areas to make sure it doesn't look too weird. And so far it does look okay. I'm going to lower the contrast and see how much of a difference it makes. And it's very, very subtle, but something is actually happening. So I'm going to bring that down a little bit. And then I'm just going to take the detail slider and just double check to make sure we are not losing too much data. So I'm probably going to bring that back down to probably the halfway mark, because that seems like a pretty happy medium for me. And then we're just going to simply OK that just to check our results. And again, this is where the history tab works wonders, because we can flick between the two. And if we're looking in this area here, you can see it's done a pretty good job of removing some of that noise without losing all of that data. So the next thing that we're going to look at is we're going to try and enhance the details. Now again, this kind of seems counterintuitive, but this is why I prefer to remove the noise first, because we don't want to sharpen the noise. We're now going to go back into the camera raw, and Photoshop actually has some incredibly useful settings when it comes down to doing enhancements. So again, we're going to look at this histogram, and this tells us all the areas that we are going to affect, and these sliders here correlate to what goes on here. So now if I look at the exposure tab, if I move this, I can actually see the histogram changing. Now if you go by the general rule of thumb where you kind of want the most amount of data to go into the middle, well, we can have a problem with that. As we pull this along, everything starts to blow out, and we're back to the same problem as we were before, where this starts to look a little unrealistic and the hot areas start to get too much. But we're going to actually bring up the exposure, but the problem areas, the highlights and the whites, we're going to bring them back down. So you can see where the core's just gone crazy over there, and just to highlight it out, you can see what's going on there. I'm actually going to pull that back, and I may end up pulling it back quite a lot. So we're going to probably go for around about here, and we're going to check the highlights. We're going to just play with the slider just to see the area that it affects, and we're going to come to some happy position and then go from there. So far we've gotten rid of some of those nasty highlights, and we're going to have a look at what happens if we play around with the blacks. Now remember, this is a picture of space. Everything is supposed to be black. So again, we're going to dial this back to where the nebulosity is still there, but only just barely visible. So that comes down as well. And the shadows, again, this is a preference thing. I may actually bring that up to bring out some of the nebulosity, but without lifting the background too much. Now if I find that areas here and here, for example, are starting to look a little bit washed out, we can actually increase or put some of this contrast back in to actually darken the background. And what that does is it just makes it punch out just a little bit more. So we don't need a lot, we're just going to add a tiny amount. and I kind of feel that the darker areas of the background is probably just still a little too washed out, so I'm going to back that down even further, and we're pretty much close to a final image here. Now there are three other sections here: texture, clarity, and dehaze. These are basically forms of sharpening. It's very similar to how deconvolution would work. As opposed to clicking on multiple things and running an entire process, it's actually all contained within the camera raw settings. So if I was to decrease the clarity or increase the clarity, we can see obviously two different things happening here. So we're trying to sharpen this. Now we need to kind of get into some of the details here, because what will happen here is we don't want to over sharpen this, otherwise we start introducing noise all over again. So we're just going to put just enough clarity or sharpening just to have a small effect, but without adding more noise back in. Now texture, on the other hand, is slightly different. What it does is it only increases the contrast of the black to try and give you some of that detail back in. But I'm actually going to leave this alone and leave it at 0, because we're actually going to use a different technique to bring out some of that finer detail that we can see here, but without introducing a heavy amount of noise. So we're going to set that back to 0, and we're going to now look at what is called dehazing. Dehazing is typically used on pictures where if you had bad seeing and you were taking a picture of, like, say, a cityscape or a landscape of some description, you can actually get rid of some of that hazing effect by playing around with this slider. It's very similar to how contrast works, and it darkens everything depending on how high up you go. So what we're going to do is we are actually going to apply some of this dehazing, but you kind of want to look at the bigger picture, obviously, and this will actually help hide some of that noise without losing everything. And again, very subjective, but we're just going to be very subtle with this to a certain degree, and I want it just to make all that detail jump out and then knock the background, the darker areas, so it goes darker. Once I've done with that and I'm pretty happy with that result, I can apply everything and OK everything, and again we can check the before and after results. Now here's the fun part. We're actually going to take this particular image and we're actually going to duplicate this. So we're actually going to do a clever little technique here. Now remember, we are working with a 16-bit file, so we're actually going to look at the high dynamic range of this image to pull out even more detail without introducing too much noise into this image. So first of all, I need to copy this. So it's Control A to select all, Control C to copy, and then Control N will create a new file, and we're just going to say create, and then we're going to paste that in. So if you want to see this without doing the shortcuts with the Control A, Control C, is we're going to go into select all, edit, we're going to copy, we're going to go create a new file. We're just going to simply OK it. Now when you have something copied in the clipboard, as it says here, the values will be automatically set, so you don't have to guess that. Typically it's done by default that it selects the clipboard. Simply OK it, and we're going to go and paste the image in. So it's the same thing, just done slightly differently. So I'm going to say no in this case. Now first things first is you actually see two layers here. We need to flatten the image. We probably don't need to worry about that right this second, because when you actually go to the adjustments, it will actually flatten it for you. So let's actually go into that process. It's actually under images and HDR toning under adjustment, and it'll ask you, do you want to flatten this? And the answer is just simply yes. And what it does is we're now in the HDR toning. There are a couple of presets in here. We're just going to go for default, and all different types of ways HDR can be done. In this particular case, we are working with local adaptation because we want to be able to control all of this that's going on here. So first of all, we need to look at the tone and the detail, and the gamma is what gives all of this its brightness. And as you can see by default, how the HDR toning has extrapolated this particular image is it's telling me that the inside of here is overblown. In other words, there is obviously more data here, or more signal, than there is noise compared to the rest of the image. So we're going to use the gamma slider to actually lower that value. Now, we don't want to go too low, otherwise we get some very, very strange looking results, and that's not what we're trying to do. We just need to lower this just enough to where the whites do not blow everything out. And it means, of course, some places it will blow out because obviously where all the stars are, they have already basically filled up the actual well depth, and you know the value is already set to whatever the value would be. That's ridiculously high. We can modify the exposure, so if we find that the image is a little too dark or a little too light, we can play around with that. Now, in this particular case, we are going to be using this as a detail layer. So what I actually want to do is I want to pull some of it back because I don't want to introduce noise, but I want to keep some of that finer detail that we have inside of here. So I'm only interested in that, so I'm going to actually lower the exposure, but I might increase the gamma just so it doesn't blow it, so we have an area that isn't too overblown, or I could increase it so we get to a good point there. And then the amount of detail that we can pull out, I mean, there's 100%, and you know that basically says everything. So I'm going to go into here, and I just want just enough detail before it starts looking a little bit too much. So once I get to a happy medium, I think that looks pretty good. That's the detail we're going to be capturing. And then the edge glow, what this does is it changes how much brightness on a particular edge something has. Typically you'll see a better effect if it was a white square against a black background and you were to play with these things. You'll actually see how much dramatics this actually causes. But remember, this is nebulosity, so we've got two ways we can do this. Either I want to go to enhance the nebulosity, or I'm going to go in to enhance the overall detail of the image. So we have to find, again, this happy medium, but without it looking overly processed. And by changing the slider, it will give you a better result or a worse result. Typically speaking, I'm going to try and keep this like somewhere towards the center, and then I can play around with the strength of it. If I feel like I want to make some of that detail punch just a little bit more, but I'm only going to apply a very, very small amount because I want to keep those stars there. And once I've got that, I can then play around with the shadow and the highlights. So let's just set this back to 0 for a moment. Now, I don't want to introduce a lot of bad information, so if I was to stretch this out, you can kind of see where the shadows actually are, and a lot of that is just not useful data. So we want to back that down to try and get rid of that bad noise. And then with the highlights, we kind of want to keep the core nice and bright, but we just don't want to overdo it, so it's very, very subtle and very small amounts. And then once we've got something like that, I think we're going to be pretty happy with that. We're going to OK all of this, allow your machine to process all of that, and then what we're going to do is we're going to select all, copy, and then we're going to paste this on top of the original image. So we now have two layers, one that has the higher details and one that has the original image. And you can see there's quite a difference here already, but what we're going to do is we want to blend these two images together to get our final image. Now we can do this in a multiple ways. We can use any of these settings here, but typically what I prefer to do is I just simply change the opacity to actually blend the two images. So in other words, we're making this layer slightly transparent, that then allows the background to bleed through and give us the final image. And you can see it does make quite a difference, especially in this area here where there was a lot of noise from the previous image, but because of the way we set the dynamic range, a lot of that noise has been removed. So we're close to having a final image here. I kind of feel like the core here, where the actual pillars of creation is probably a little too bright for my liking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flatten this image, and I'm going to look at my levels, and I'm probably just going to adjust this ever so slightly so it doesn't feel that it's kind of overpowering the image. So I'm going to mess with this just a slight amount until I get something that I'm actually happy with, and it wasn't too far from where it was by default, so we can flick between the two, and we have pretty much a final image that I'd be happy with, and hopefully you will be happy with. Of course, if you feel the need to, you can obviously rotate the image depending on which way round you kind of prefer it. I mean, typically you see the Eagle Nebula like this, facing one particular direction, but of course in space everything is somewhat relative. So I'm going to look at a advanced tip here, and this is what is known as star reduction. There's multiple methods of doing the same thing. This is one particular method that I actually found out and discovered, and I actually quite like it, and I use this method. Is some of these stars, I kind of feel they're very, very distracting, and I just wish that I could just get them a little bit smaller so they're less, intrusive to the eye. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that the image is actually flattened and everything, and I'm actually going to go into color range. And what this basically does is I'm actually going to pick an area that allows me to mask out some of these areas that I find very intrusive. So first of all, we need to actually pick the color. Of course, it's black and white. We need to pick the highlights. And we change the fuzziness so it only selects these stars, but not the nebula itself. And we can do a quick preview of all of that by simply just changing the preview selection to the mask or to the grayscale. I prefer to do the black because it tends to be a little bit more accurate. And all I'm doing is I'm just looking for those harsh areas that I want to do without affecting too much of the original nebulosity as possible. So once we've got that set, we're going to OK that. And what this will do is it'll draw a selection all around the stars that are the brightest. Obviously some of the lighter ones won't get selected, but they're okay. Now obviously we've got a problem here. This is now selecting things that it shouldn't be selecting, so we need to kind of go in and kind of cut all of these out, because we know that this is actually nebulosity, and we don't want to reduce that part because that's actually part of the data. There's another one here. And we're just going to just double check all the other areas, make sure it hasn't selected anything that we don't want it to select. And if you find that it's kind of removed, or you've just kind of gone back in a remove star, you can just simply go back in and draw it back in. It doesn't have to be accurate. So the next step here is to click on the select, and we're going to modify our selection mask. So what I want to do first of all is we need to expand it, because the idea here is if we try to reduce this area of where the stars are, it'll end up giving us really strange halo rings. So we're going to go to expand the actual selection, and we're going to set a value of 3. That's 3 pixels all around, and you'll notice that it'll suddenly grow to a certain size that will encompass the entire stars. Don't have to worry about if we got other weird problems here, because that's going to be fixed in just a moment. We then go into modify. We're going to smooth everything out. We're going to just test it with 1 pixel first, and that will just get rid of any harsh looking corners. So once we've smoothed that out, we can then go back in, and then we're going to feather this. Now feathering this means instead of having a value of the pixel selected to create a harsh or a very hard looking box, I want to create a gradual fade. So I'm going to do a value of 3, which is basically 3 pixels, which is more than enough, and you'll notice that even the ones that the stars had been cut out slightly have now been fixed. So any of the big stars have been kept, all the smaller ones have now been removed. So we can just double check that, and just to make 100% sure that everything's good. I just spotted a problem area, so let's get rid of this. And I'm pretty confident that this is going to work. So we're going to go into filters, we're going to go into other, and we're going to minimize. And the amount of the size to minimize, we can kind of pick it here. I mean, you can't go too crazy, otherwise weird things tend to happen. So we need to come up with a good number to work with. And what I like to do is I probably only want to go down by a handful of pixels, so 1, maybe 2 pixels here and there. So 3 maybe a little bit too much, and 2 seems to be about the right number. Now, one important thing here is you will notice that the stars are starting to have these weird points to them, almost like diffraction spikes. I don't particularly like that because it seems a little odd and a bit fake. So I need to preserve the roundness of these stars so we can see that they stay round, and we're going to OK that. And then we're going to remove the selection and then look at the final results. So we're going to do the before and the after. So if you look at the stars, we're going to go back to before we actually picked anything. And then we're going to look, and you can see the stars have actually been reduced ever so slightly, but not completely removed. And what that does is it tones down the strength of some of the bigger stars, so it's less distracting in some ways, and you can actually concentrate more on the nebula itself. So that's one of the little advanced tips on, doing some of the processing on these images. Hope you enjoyed that one, and I will see you on the next one.
Okay, so we are going to have Colin on at about 1:15 today. So that's about a good, 20 minutes? I'm going to get on the phone with him in just a moment to make sure he's on. Hopefully there'll be no problems. You don't like problems. So for now, I'm just going to have the time screen. Hope you guys enjoyed that tutorial. If you do want to watch it again, it will be made available after the live event, and you guys can watch it as much as you want, really. Cool. So we'll be right back once I drag Colin into all of this and let the big debate begin. All right, guys, we are live finally. Hopefully you guys are all settled down, ready for this. It's going to be quite a debate once Richard Wright gets on here, but before we go into some of the really hard nitty-gritty stuff, I actually have Colin Haig from SBIG. I've probably known him for at least 2 or 3 years by now. I see him at shows all the time, and this is one of the things about SBIG that I love is they've always been at the forefront of when it comes to cameras. And it's funny how a lot of us usually compare competitors' cameras to SBIG products. So who else better to talk about it than Colin, than the man himself? Colin, tell us about yourself. I mean, these people probably don't know much about you because you're always behind the scenes these days.
Yeah, they call me the Wizard of Oz.
Do you have
In
to
any
book an
case,
appointment?
so I guess my history in amateur astronomy goes back to being a little kid hauled out on a dark winter night in Winnipeg by my dad, who pointed out the aurora. And I remember standing on top of about 4 feet of snow, which was probably about as high as I was at the time. Over the years, I ended up doing a bachelor's and master's of science. My background is in computer engineering. And I guess after, from about 1995 till, well, the present, I've been heavily involved with the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and eventually became the RASC president. And I finished up my term on the board just in June. So 10 years of heavy involvement. If any of you have seen Sky News magazine or the RASC Observer's Handbook, I had a very, very tiny amount of contribution to make some of those things happen. Some fantastic volunteers, about 5,000 members. Those of you who are more on the professional side would have run into me at the American Astronomical Society's meetings or events. I joined Diffraction, I guess about 2 years ago, and I was a longtime customer of both SBIG and Diffraction. So if you knew Maxim DL and the Boltwood cloud sensors for the observatory protection, or you knew SBIG and their ST cameras, STX cameras, and so on, those two companies came together. And of course, I was a customer of both for a very long time. And so for me, when I made the career change from 20 years in high tech, this seemed to be a natural place to go.
Nice.
And so that's my quick introduction.
Cool. So it's funny that you mentioned the Boltwood cloud sensor. It's actually quite a fun product. It's a shame that we're not really going to be talking about it today, but a lot of people don't realize what that thing was actually used for. And I've noticed that it's generally a higher end market that tends to buy this. But if you actually saw one and started to use it, it's actually really good and does more than what people expect.
Yeah, it's funny because the a fellow that invented it, Paul Boltwood, had actually, I guess he passed away a couple of years back. Paul was an absolute genius. He was, the builder of one of the largest amateur telescopes. He set the record for, I think, a 25th magnitude star being detectable in an amateur scope. And the thing that made the cloud sensor special, most people don't realize, is it's actually a single pixel infrared camera. And so when it looks at the sky, it has this sort of cone of vision that it sees, and water vapor happens to show up around 8 nanometers. And so what happens is that sensor determines if you've got cloud up above you, even if it's really thin or high humidity. There's also a gold-plated infrared reflective thermal sensor that acts as a wind speed detector, a rain detector, and so on. And it kind of became the standard and sells well, and it's used over 1,000 professional and amateur observatories worldwide.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great toy more than anything else. At
Hey,
least for our
I
side
have
of
one.
things.
I bought it years ago, and it still works great. And when things get bad, my roof closes, everything shuts down. I don't have to think about it.
I know that's the fun part of all of it is the true automation of things, so to speak, as opposed to the difference between sequencing and automation. But enough of that. So let's go dive head into your presentation. For those of you who are watching at home, obviously, feel free to drop in your questions now, and then we'll do a Q&A towards the end of the presentation. I'll try not to interrupt you unless somebody says something that they kind of gloss over, miss, or don't understand, but I'm pretty confident we're not going to have too many problems.
Okay, thanks, Simon.
All right, so
what I thought I would do
screen.
is have some slides to just kind of support more of a fireside chat with all of you. I certainly appreciate everybody taking the time on a Saturday to hop on this Woodland Hills little video conference, and I appreciate everybody's time. Simon had reached out to me and said, you know, it'd be great if you could talk about CMOS versus CCD. And the more I thought about it, it's really not so much competitive between them. But let's take some time and have a look at what's happened and the history and a little bit of how it impacts us in the astronomy business, both as amateurs and professionals. So that challenge was put to me by Simon, you know, CCD versus CMOS, what's important to know? And I think a lot of people have purchased, you know, little round cameras from Woodland Hills, and they do a job, whether it's an SBIG STI with a CCD in it or something made by somebody else with a CMOS sensor in it. And a lot of people don't realize CMOS is the technology that basically every microprocessor, every memory chip, just about every piece of chip technology, whether it's in our, you know, our cell phones. I guess you can't really see this, but that's cool. My stars make my cell phone disappear. A lot of the PC technology is built with CMOS technology. On the other hand, charge-coupled devices, which a lot of people think precede CMOS devices, use a technology called NMOS. And NMOS is an older technology, but it's fabulous for building image sensors. And what's happened is the market of consumer electronics has driven innovation for smaller, faster, lower power consumption. And CMOS is great at that. Astronomy, on the other hand, wants low noise. They want high sensitivity. And so we got into this situation where I thought it'd be worth giving you guys a little history. Simon, I know you've played with various cameras, various types. Do you know when this technology was invented? I'm putting you on the spot, I know. Yeah.
Hold on a second. You're gonna have to hold on. I could probably work it out. 1969 was Texas Instruments when they did the silicon chip. It was actually developed in a government issued thing. I want to say 1972. So
you'd be in the right neighborhood. The two innovations happened as a result of a Japanese researcher discovering he could make a light sensitive diode in 1956. And this was followed by two different paths that occurred. A fellow named Peter Noble, who I had the privilege of talking to a couple months back, was at Plessey, which is a British semiconductor and electronics company. And Peter was assigned the task as a young 25-year-old guy to figure out how to make light detectors. And so he basically invented what you would call, in today's terms, an active pixel. In other words, a semiconductor device that light photons come in, hit the device, and then once they impact it, they kick off an electron, and that electron's detected. Well, the active pixel takes that idea and adds some transistors around it to amplify and switch that information and to clear out the contents of the pixel. A couple years later, a Canadian named Willard Boyle and an American named George Smith, who were working at Bell Labs, invented something called the charge-coupled device. And the idea with the charge-coupled device is like an electrical capacitor, which has two plates. You can stack up electrons on one side and the capacitor will hold the charge. With the CCD, that light comes in, the photon hits the silicon surface, knocks out an electron, just like with the active pixel device. But that is stored in a charge. And if you line up a bunch of these little capacitor buckets side by side all along a row, you can then empty them out from one bucket to the next across the row and then read them out at the end. So the first strip line type CCD sensor was invented. About the same time, there was a professor at the University of Waterloo named Savas Chamberlain who was working on some early CCD type devices as well. And what's interesting was all of these things were sort of happening within the same time frame of about 4 years. And the commercial applications weren't really clear, but we knew it was better than those photocells, the cadmium sulfide cells that, you know, turn on and off street lights, or you know, that thing over your garage to spot the raccoons at night. So it was a better technology, but using it for imaging was something that didn't really come about till about 1973. A company called Fairchild Semiconductor invented an imaging sensor that had a long strip of CCD pixels in effect. And then they realized they could scale it up by laying row after row after row of these in a chip about this big with a window about the size of a dime. And that little window gave you access to 100 pixels by 100 pixels. So I guess that's 0.01 megapixel or something, or 0.01 kilopixel. In any case, so that was 73. And there was an interesting development at this film company called Kodak in Rochester, New York. A guy named Steve Sasson started playing with a couple of these Fairchild chips and said, you know, we could build a camera around this. And Kodak, whose whole business was chemistry and film and making basically disposable cameras, or cameras you inserted film into, said, hey, this is kind of interesting, but it's not really our main business. So Steve, why don't you go play with this for a while? So Steve basically invented a camera. It was about the size of a toaster. It used a camera lens bolted on one end, one of these Fairchild chips. And I think it was about 16 AA batteries and a couple computer boards in a box that was probably about this big and not exactly portable. But he built it, he got it working, he showed it off, and his boss said to him, Steve, that's really cool, but I don't know if we have a use for this thing. So Steve kept working. And there was another guy, Bruce Baer, who started thinking about replacing color television picture tubes that were used in television cameras with one of these CCD chips, but the problem was how to do the color. So Bruce was the inventor of the Bayer matrix, and you guys have probably heard the RGGB, red, green, green, blue, Bayer matrix. The notion being that the human eye is more sensitive to the green, so you need 2 green pixels for every red and blue pixel for the silicon to behave like the human eye does. Anyway, so Kodak continued innovating and building some interesting things. While this was going on, there was a company in England called EEV, which is, I think, the English Electronic Valve Company. And a valve was also known as a vacuum tube over here in the Americas. And EEV got bought by Marconi, you know, the radio company. And eventually they started developing their own CCD technology. Now, I want you to remember that Teledyne name because they keep coming back. Meanwhile, the folks over at Hewlett-Packard, you know, we'd all know for test equipment and inkjet printers and so on, decided that they wanted to get out of the business of making electronics and chips. They wanted to stick to making computer equipment and doing software services. So they spun out their test equipment business as a company called Agilent, which today is called Keysight. And Agilent had a chip division, and the chip division was called Avago. Well, anyway, eventually Avago got bought by a company called Micron Technologies that was making dynamic RAM chips. Now, dynamic RAM chips are those things that are those sticks that go into your PC memory slots on your motherboard. So these guys basically were busy, you know, with various semiconductor technologies, and it was all kind of motoring along. Well, the Japanese were very busy building CCD stuff since the 70s, and in 1984, which isn't that long ago, I guess, they introduced the first consumer-grade camcorder, which was a big bulky box you could carry around and film birthdays with. and it had the first sort of commercial CCD. So you can kind of get a sense that there were a number of players from the 60s and 70s, and then things really started to change in the 90s. One thing that happened was Motorola got out of the semiconductor business, produced something called Freescale, which later became ON Semiconductor. And in 2014, our friends at ON Semiconductor started buying up all of the image sensor technologies. Even though Kodak invented the digital camera, they invented the digital SLR in '91, they bought National Semiconductor's imaging chip business. They said, you know, film's where it's at, baby. And so they sold off the imaging chip business as something called TrueSense in 2011. So ON Semi comes along and starts buying up all these companies. And, you know, Sony continues to innovate, E2V continues to innovate. And a company in China called G-Pixel was founded about 8 years ago, and they started making scientific CMOS. In other words, CMOS good enough to do science with. And then sadly, on September 2019, that's a typo on my, slide there, ON Semi decided we're not making CCDs anymore. CMOS is the future. Now, of course, for us astronomers, we piggyback on this consumer electronics market. So you think about it, you know, your iPhone has a camera in it, and Apple makes 1 million iPhones a month. Astronomers, and there's maybe what, 50,000 in the US, 5,000 in Canada, of amateur and professional astronomers. There may be 50,000 professionals worldwide. We're like a tiny rounding error for a company like ON Semi, but it was a strategic part for us. So let me just show you a little bit of, you know, these chips and maybe some cameras you'd know. Back many years ago, the very first CCD camera I worked with was a kit that I built. Richard Berry was an astronomer that a lot of people in the amateur community know. I met Richard many years ago. Vico Canto is a ham radio guy, and I met him through radio. Basically created a build-it-yourself camera using a Texas Instruments chip. And Alan Holmes and Mike Barber and a bunch of other folks started a company called the Santa Barbara Imaging Group, which really started as 4 buddies trying to find a way to avoid the manual button box guiding. I don't know if anybody on this call is old enough to know what this is.
Oh, there probably is.
So you had a faster and slower button for your right ascension, and you had an up and down for your declination. And you put your eyeball on the eyepiece, had a look at some crosshairs, and you had to speed up and slow down that drive motor system to keep the star on target. Well, that on a cold winter's night was not too pleasant. And so SBIG eventually invented 4 guiders. The 4th was a success, the ST4 based on a TI CCD chip. This was followed by their 5 and a color version of the 5, sort of the first one-shot amateur camera. The ST6, and then the guide sensors that were used in the self-guiding cameras. There was a transition that happened, and some amateurs like to build their own cameras. They'll probably remember Alain, who developed the Audine camera. He's a French astronomer who's now in Chile, running a beautiful site for astronomers to visit. SBIG rolled out the ST7 camera, using the 402 chip from Kodak. And along the way, a whole family of cameras hit the market by various vendors, whether it was, you know, SBIG or the fine people at QSI, Finger Lakes, etc. So you guys all know the brands. SBIG made its leap into CMOS about 3 years ago using a G-Sense camera, and we felt the 400 camera just wasn't up to par. The G-Pixel sensor just wasn't good enough for astronomy, and so we decided to delay doing anything there, but we did bring out a guider camera. And then you'll notice some other names up here, Teledyne and Sony, who were among the pioneers that today you can purchase one of our cameras with those capabilities. So anyway, so let me give you just a quick rundown, because a lot of people didn't realize, and I found this just at AIC back in November, a lot of people didn't realize that Diffraction Limited, that was a longtime software partner of SBIG, and also the secret ingredient behind a lot of third-party CCD cameras, had become the new home for SBIG. And so we acquired SBIG, I guess 6 years ago now. We introduced some successor products based on what SBIG had at the time, and introduced some new stuff as well. So if you've been running, you know, Maxim, or you remember Desktop Universe, part of which the engine, the graphics of that went into Starry Night many years ago. All of this stuff is part of our history. So we've been doing it a long time. Doug George is still, you know, very active in the company. Doug and I had known each other since the 90s. And this is a very ugly picture of the building, but it's the best I could find because I'm not in Ottawa due to COVID. I'm also sporting this fantastic COVID haircut. I think last time Simon saw me, it was long and curly. So
yes, it was. Funny thing
anyway.
is, I got my hair cut as well, and I said to him, it's like really short, and they were like, "Why?" It's like, because I don't know when you guys are going to open again.
Yeah. So at this point, I thought I'd bring us back to really the topic at hand, which is CCD and CMOS technology. And I have two images up here. These are taken through a special photographic microscope. So you can see some of what a CCD and a CMOS sensor look like. These are a couple older sensors, but I figured that they were pretty relevant because they were things people would be familiar with. The one on the left is the Kodak 401. That's used in cameras like the ST7, which was kind of the game changer in amateur CCD cameras. And the one in the middle there is the Micron Technology MT9. We used to call it the Empty. But the Empty was kind of the first CMOS chip that people started to think was good enough to do imaging. Now, one thing I want you to notice, if you can see it, is, you know, the sort of brownish pink area here is the imaging active pixels in the Kodak sensor. So you can kind of think of those as those are the ones that have the photosites that receive the inbound photons. The little silver connections along the edges with the little gold wires are where the chip connects to the outside world. And there's a tiny bit of a white area along the edge of the pixels. And that's an area that's masked. Those basically provide reference dark pixels. So, you know, when we talk about darks and biases, when we go to do an image, one of the things that we have internally to the sensor is some covered up pixels. So we can compare whether they're truly dark or whether the image pixels are truly dark versus those reference pixels. Now, when you move over to CMOS, the big difference is we now can put a lot of logic circuits, microprocessor components, memory components, converters, storage, calculation control circuitry on board. So if you look at the bottom of this Micron chip, you'll see this sort of blue area. That blue area is actually kind of a colored paint. And you'll see there are little bits of dark areas there, and that's actually the logic circuitry on board. The dark pixels are masked off sort of below the gray area here. And you can also see there's a whole lot more wires coming off that chip to the package on the outside. And that's because the CMOS is basically read out in the corner. There's a little bit of circuitry down in one corner, and it reads everything across the row and pulls it down and pulls it off the corner of the chip. Here, a lot of the pixels are actually read out down the columns and digitized on board the chip. Anyway, so a lot of people might recognize this as the predecessor to the chip used in the SBIG Star Chaser. I think the fine folks at QHY CCD used this in one of their early QHY5s. The chips are fairly similar in size, fairly similar in pixel count, but you can see there's a lot more logic in the CMOS stuff. And that has a couple nasty side effects, one of which is heat. So you end up with all these thousands and thousands of transistors and other logic components generating heat, and that will show up as glow along the edge of the chip. With the CCD, the readout's in the corner, so if you get any glow at all, it's usually down there. So with the image that's behind me, if you were to look carefully up in that corner, you might see a little bit of a warm spot, and that's because of where the readout is in the CCD. So if we zoom in a bit, that CCD chip, I took this photo of that 401 chip this morning, and I just highlighted it here for you guys. But you can see down in that corner, there's a little bit of circuitry, and there are, in pink, you can see the actual array of pixels and micro lenses. You can see them as distinct individual components, and you can see something at the end of each row, and you can follow the circuit down and around and out and out. And there's some logic and amplifiers and other things down here too, and mostly everything's at the edge. So CCD chip, tiny bit of logic, very low pin count. There's 24 pins on this particular CCD. Not a lot to manage. All the data comes out the corner. It's an inherently analog device, so it provides a continuous voltage based on the charge that's coming out of the individual pixels across the row. Sound good, Simon? You with me so far?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So let's take a look at a modern Sony chip. I tried to find something of a somewhat similar size. This is a Sony IMX174. And the first thing you'll notice is down this side and across this side, and they're harder to see over at the edge, unfortunately, there are literally hundreds of interconnections to this chip. I think there's 226 of them or something like that. It's a ridiculous number of connections. Now, you'll also notice that there is a huge amount of the silicon is reserved for the logic. It basically goes all around the edges, down the sides, and across the bottom. So if you've ever used a camera based on one of these chips, like the ZWO or some of the other popular 174 cameras, you'll know they've got this horrible glow all across the bottom, at the edges, and up at the top. And it's caused from the thermal effects and almost an LED effect from the logic, basically glowing and creating low energy infrared photons that are picked up by the pixels on the image area. You can also see there's a band of dead pixels at the bottom, or dark mask pixels at the side and up at the top as well. So you can see there's a ton more logic on this chip. Now, the advantage of putting the logic on there is that you can literally put more analog to digital converters. You can get more data out of those pixels, stream it down, digitize it, turn it into sets of numbers, and get it off the chip digitally, instead of having that bottleneck in the corner like you do with the CCD. So CMOS has the speed advantage. When it comes to mechanics, you know, a lot of people ask me, can I open up my camera and take a look? And I generally discourage it because the sensor is in a sealed chamber. There's usually a desiccant to dry it out. Most of the SBIG cameras have a little plug on the side you can unscrew to remove and recharge the desiccant, put it back in. It keeps the chamber dry. And when you cool the chip down, it basically gets the heat out of the sensor and lowers the noise from the sensor. Well, these two sockets are for kind of the twin brothers from Sony. The one on the left is for a CCD. The one on the right is for the CMOS. The physical area of the chip is almost identical. The blue sensitivity, the quantum efficiency curves are almost identical. But there's a whole lot more you have to manage in the CMOS sensor. A lot more interconnectivity, and it also means it's harder to get the heat out because there's a lot more heat generated by these active pixel sensors. So anyway, so when you're a camera designer, you have to think of all these things and figure out ways to deal with it. So at this point, I thought what we should do is maybe take a moment and just do a little recap comparison. And so the you know, issues with CCDs and CMOS is there are some things that make one better at some things and some better at the others. For years, SBIG said, CMOS just isn't good enough. Why? Well, they were noisy. They had tiny, tiny pixels. They basically couldn't do binning. So what I mean by binning is, obviously, if you have neighboring pixels, you can combine them on a CCD across the row and down the columns into a super pixel. And that super pixel, binned usually 2 by 2, 3 by 3, 4 by 4, or for spectroscopy applications where the light spectrum is spread out, from red to deep blue, you often need a long strip, and then you bin down the columns. So it basically gives you more sensitivity by having more photons that are coming down the columns binned together. So that's something that CCDs do absolutely superbly. The other thing CCDs do is, because you're just passing charge from one spot to the next, you're not adding much noise as you go across. With the CMOS device, on the other hand, you basically can imagine that as mom surrounded by 4 kids all tugging, at her pant legs, trying to get her attention. And that mom's the pixel, and the 4 little kids around her are the transistors. So you basically have this bunch of stuff all around the pixel generating heat. And that also precludes you from binning one pixel to the next because you've got transistors in the way. Now, most of the technology being done for the CMOS devices was very small pixel sizes, like 4 microns, 3.6 microns, and under. The smallest ones are about 1.1 micron, which is, basically the limit of what you can do with optics. Your optics have to be superb to get to that size. But if you're doing something small, like a smartphone, lens, with the camera has to be very thin and flat, and you don't have a lot of room, small pixels are really advantageous. So that's kind of where the market is being driven. Astronomers, on the other hand, like to have big pixels, particularly when they have long focal lengths. You basically don't want pixels that are so much better in size than your seeing is, because that starlight will blob out of your pixels as the seeing conditions are bad. Secondly, the more you can capture in a given pixel, the more dynamic range you have, because you've got more well depth. You can pile more pixels in, and then because you can pile more pixels in, you can take longer exposures, and that means you can see faint objects as well as bright objects on the chip. So a lot of the limitations of that small pixel size and the device construction mean the CMOS wasn't really well suited for deep sky imaging for long focal length stuff. And that's, been kind of the problem driver for a lot of the CMOS stuff. If you've got a small refractor or something nice like one of those, Simon, I can't remember the brand of your small refractors you carry.
Well, there's tons. I mean, there's the Red Cat, which is the obvious one.
That's the one. That's the one. So great fit for those small pixel cameras. When you're moving to something large like a C14 from Celestron, or you're going with something big like a plane wave, then you need big pixels. Now, a couple of other things. I already touched on that parallel readout for CMOS being really fast. Fast is great for lucky imaging. And I'm not sure if you know the term, but basically, if you can sample the data faster than the air is being turbulent, you will get a few very good sharp frames. So back in the day, people used the Philips 2Cam, which was a desktop webcam, kind of like we're all using right now to see each other. And people took the lens off the 2Cam and screwed in an adapter that they made usually out of plastic or brass, and stuffed it into the 1.25" eyepiece holder in the telescope, and found how to focus the light on the 2Cam. And it was a sort of VGA grade, like 320 by 240 pixels or 640 pixels. So it was pretty low end. But the thing is, for planets, fast is good because you need short exposures. And you want to seize that moment when the atmosphere is perfectly crisp. So that high speed of CMOS was great for that. Now, another downside on the CMOS is most of those chips were limited to 8, 10, or 12-bit A to D converters on board. With the CCDs, that's up to the designer. So there's a lot of photometrics cameras and other third-party manufacturers that do high-speed video cameras that basically are only 10-bit or 12-bit, but they run screaming fast. So if you've ever watched a show like Mythbusters where somebody has a bullet fly through the air and hit something and it explodes, and they catch it on a high-speed camera, that's that high frame rate. And typically they're using either a CMOS technology or an indium gallium arsenide technology. CCDs, you just can't get the data off them faster than about 20 megahertz. So it's a bit of a problem. But the upside is you've got 16 bits of data. So this bright star over my shoulder, you know, I think we've got the North America Nebula behind me here. So imagine me floating above my house. But in any case, so a bright star like that is going to probably be in the 50 to 60,000 range. So we're converting the photons to electrons when they impact the silicon. Then we amplify that and digitize it. So we get a big number for a bright star. We get a little number for a dim object. Some nebulosity, you know, will vary. When you move to a CMOS 12-bit camera, a lot of people are kind of shocked if they've worked with CCDs, because suddenly a bright star might only be 4,000. And they're thinking, oh my God, my exposure's not long enough, or, you know, I need a more sensitive camera or what have you. But what they're facing is the digitization is the same amount of photons coming in, but they're being mapped instead of to a 16-bit number, they're being mapped to a 10 or 12-bit number. And so a star that's, you know, a magnitude dimmer, so 2.5 times as bright, is going to have a number that probably is 2.5 times dimmer. So that mental mindset is tough for a lot of CCDers when they go CMOS. And what I find particularly fun is when I got my first CMOS guide camera, and I was like, why are the counts so low? What am I doing wrong? And it's I'd actually saturated the chip at the top end of its conversion. So that bit difference is important for a lot of people, particularly when they do things like photometry. So measuring the brightness of variable stars like RR Lyra or Mira or any of the others that the AAVSO types like to have. And so CCD has continued to be the winner in that space until some of the new generation of chips. I think the other thing that's important is you know, that noise. On short exposures, CMOS chips tend to have quite low noise. And the read noise tends to be quite low as well, because you're moving a very short distance across the chip. You have to look at the individual data sheets for the sensors to know what those characteristics are, or look to the manufacturer to supply it, your camera manufacturer like SBIG, to supply some of the info. Now, the other thing about CCDs versus CMOS is CCDs love it cold. Why? Because you want to get the noise down. Thermal noise causes the pixels to basically warm up, and you get thermal electrons within the cells, and it becomes very evident very quickly. So most CCD cameras will cool down to at least 30 Celsius below ambient. So you'll usually see a big stack on the back with a cooler, a big heat sink, big fan, that kind of thing, maybe water cooling connections, that sort of stuff. The CMOS devices don't dissipate as much heat. They don't need to be cooled as much because of the structure of the device and the fact that it's CMOS technology instead of NMOS. So each has its place. So the question is, you know, Simon, is there a winner?
You know what? That argument Richard's going to probably have, so they're going to determine that. I'm going to turn around and say the answer is no. They each have their own application in the right time, the right place.
Absolutely, and I think that's where, you know, I've known Richard a long time, and he's done some great work. And what I've found is they have their applications. So the real winner here is not CCD or CMOS, it's you guys and you know, the women astronomers who are out there pioneering stuff. The people who are doing photometry in the backyard are still leaning CMOS or still leaning CCD, but now they can get there with CMOS. Everybody is the winner in this case. It's a matter of pick the camera for the application. The downside is the number of choices that you have in CCD has dropped as of last September, because once onsemi killed off all the Kodak chips, they didn't have a CCD replacement. So that was it from them. So Sony, who's going to be out of the CCDs in probably another 3 to 5 years, and Teledyne continue to push the frontiers in CCD technology. So really, it comes down to, what are you trying to do? And if you're trying to do stuff like planetary imaging or guiding or lucky imaging, CMOS hands down winner. If you're tracking space junk, you got to be really careful with CMOS, because a lot of it has what's called a rolling shutter. So it clears each row of pixels. So something that's stationary or appears stationary on a CCD, or might be tracked on a CCD, will be striped on a CMOS device unless it has a global shutter. So there's some things like that. You got to really know the application. But really, at the end of the day, I think all of you guys are the winners, because you can get the technology that fits and still get something that's science grade.
You know, the funny thing here is a lot of it is cost driven. It's how much money are you willing to throw into the whole thing?
Absolutely. You know, and I think that's why, like, I looked at companies like Woodland Hills. You guys bring a great variety of options and expertise, so the customer figure out exactly what they need. When I think about the CCD stuff that we do professionally, I'll show you some of that in just a minute. You know, there are CCDs that start at the price of a luxury car. Mm-hmm. You know, the fine folks at Teledyne built a chip, which is their CCD 4720, and they launched it on New Horizons, which went out to Pluto and beyond. So, you know, you guys have all probably seen Alan Stern and his discoveries at Pluto, right? Well, that little chip is in the sort of $20,000 range. And if you need the space grade version, so it's radiation hardened and so on, then it's a lot more bucks. But we have the El Cheapo version of that, which makes for about a $13,000 camera. So not really El Cheapo, but our new STC7 is a $3,400 camera with a great CMOS sensor that's very linear and a built-in filter wheel and filters for about 3,500 bucks. You can't go wrong. But it depends what people are trying to do. So you may raise a good point.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I have several cameras that I kind of bounce between. The odd thing here for me is when I first got into this, I mean, I think everybody and anybody had the 1600 from ZWO, and whatever the QHY equivalent is, the 163 or whatever it was. It's too many model numbers now. And what happened there was, it was great to get me into it, because I was already using DSLR, thought, hey, what a big upgrade to go to monochrome, because that's the thing. I mean, to me, buying any camera that's color, one-shot color astronomy camera, kind of feels like a waste of time and money in some ways, because you could do that with a DSLR. Again, it depends on your application, obviously. But then when I got my first CCD camera, it was like, dude, this is a game changer. I know it's a little bit trickier to do things like focus, because you're so used to that high-speed frame rate thing, you know, where you could do like 12 frames a second, or you could do, I don't know, 400 millisecond exposures to check your focus. But with a CCD, you have to do a 4-second exposure or a 2-second exposure, and you have to check each time around and wait for it. But the results that I got through CCD imaging over CMOS was just night and day. But when it comes down to planetary, on the other hand, no, I have to have that speed. I'm not too worried about if it's 8-bit, 12-bit, 10-bit, or any bit, as long as I get that data coming in at a high rate. So I think really the end story for me, at least, is it's good to have a mixture of all different types to suit the actual thing that you're doing.
Yeah, and I think, like, if I think about my you know, my personal observatory in my backyard, you know, it has 2 SBIG cameras in it. It has a Celestron nightscape on the front of a RASA, because it's a nice round thing that fits. And I'm not going to tell you who manufactured that for Celestron.
Well, I know,
but anyway, there's also a couple little guide cameras and a little planetary camera, you know, and I think the, you know, our new Star Chaser guider is an off-axis guider, but he uses a CMOS chip because we want to be able to do things later by upgrading its firmware and FPGA to do some interesting things. One of the things we do with that is adaptive optics, and I'll touch on that in a little bit, but I should probably just do a quick time check with you because I know Richard will be joining in a little while.
Yes, he's coming on at about 2:30, so we've got a couple of minutes still to go. It's only 2 o'clock, so.
Okay, good stuff. So let me just walk you through a few other things, and this is the one thing that I you know, because I was an amateur astronomer and I've bought and sold a lot of cameras and I've owned stuff from pretty much everybody, and some I liked better than others, and some I liked for certain characteristics more so than others. I want to tell you about something I call the specification trap. And the first thing in the specification trap is the quantum efficiency chart. Now, I've put two samples up here. One is by On Semiconductor on the left in black and white, and then the pretty one is from Sony's marketing department. And the two chips, when you look at them, particularly if you're interested in imaging in the red, which is around 600 nanometers, I might go, oh, look at this. At 600 nanometers, the Sony is you know, almost 98% quantum efficient. And you go over to the venerable On Semi CCD with micro lenses. That's what everybody wants. And I look up 600 nanometers across here, so that's in the red. And I can see, oh, you know, this thing's 80-something%, about 85% quantum efficient. So if that thing's 85% quantum efficient, and this one's like 98% quantum efficient, and I'm imaging in the red like hydrogen alpha or sulfur 2, like the North America nebula behind me, geez, the Sony's a better product for me, except for one little word. And that little word is relative. You notice this chart says relative sensitivity, whereas this one says quantum efficiency. So quantum efficiency is the ratio by which the photons are converted to electrons. In an ideal device, you would have what's called single photon counting. And there's a new semiconductor technology called SPAD, single photon acquisition device, I think is what it is. And there's squids and quantum dot stuff, and I don't understand 90% of that yet. But they're designed to be 100% quantum efficiency. So photon hits, you count it. You want every one. And if we all know astronomers, and if you've ever met a professional astronomer who's into going very deep, they're looking at quasars, they're looking at edge of the universe, you know, Hubble deep field kind of stuff. You know, these people are absolutely in love with their photons. They want to know every photon, where it's been, where it came from, who it passed by, who gravitationally lensed it, and obviously what wavelength that particular photon is. Astronomers are a little fanatical and obsessive about that, and it tells them a lot about the origins of the universe, because unlike every other science, they can't just go there and measure it. You know, the chemists pour a bottle of stuff or you know, whatever's in here, my disappearing mug, you like that. But the astronomers have to have the data come to them. So the challenge is understanding what that relative sensitivity means. And some of the manufacturers, camera manufacturers, as well as the sensor manufacturers, give you a relative sensitivity. And you need to know what 1.0 on relative sensitivity is, because it may turn out that relative sensitivity in the red on this chip is about actually 54% quantum efficiency, which if I were to map that over to the 600 nanometer spot and come up, that's about halfway. And the on-semi chip takes you, you know, about 50% further. So you really need to know what you're looking at. And one of the frustrations I have with some of my competitors, and I say this with due respect and great affection, because we all see each other at the events, is that they don't always disclose this to people buying cameras. And it doesn't matter whether it's a CCD or a CMOS, it's important to know this is either a relative number or an absolute. And that also, there are other specifications like that. So I think it's really important that you understand what is there. And you can't always get absolute data, but you can get a sense of the performance of the camera with some images.
You know what the funny thing here is, though, is when you mentioned that is, every now and then I used to get that as working in the store. And my usual answer here is when they're bugging me about quantum efficiency and things like this, especially with the CMOS side of things, regardless of who makes the camera, my typical response is this: are you doing science grade research? If the answer is no, then QE is completely irrelevant. Here's a picture of this camera, here's a picture of something that this camera took. That's all you really need to know about. The QE is irrelevant unless you're doing science specifically. So when somebody says, we're trying to detect a plane going past, I said, okay, what's your QE requirement? I don't show them pretty pictures any longer, because that's not what they're trying to do. So I try to tell people, do not get hung up on the statistical side of things. 9 times out of 10, in fact, maybe even 100% of the times, every single one of these cameras that come out by today's standard has test shots. Take a look at the test shot and decide from that, is it something that you actually want? Otherwise, if it isn't, or you feel, oh, that's really noisy, or this is really smooth, or is it really good processing, so forth and so on, those are the arguments you should be looking at. If you're doing spectroscopy and stuff like that, yeah, of course, it helps to know the QE of all of these things and not the relative sensitivity, because then you get misreadings.
Yeah, and I think what comes down to it is, if I look at probably the most popular camera that we ever sold in the sort of modest size cameras was our STF 8300.
Yep.
And there are a bazillion of them out there. Most of them are still working today. Their predecessor, the ST 8300, most of them are still working today. And we're even doing upgrades for people that have the old cameras. They can send it in and we can upgrade it to faster electronics. We can swap out some of the mechanical components and upgrade that camera. We're also doing sensor transplants. So for example, there used to be a great camera company called Apogee, and they made nice large cameras. They're Apogee Aspens. And one of the best cameras they ever made was their U47. And what I loved about that camera, I think it was an Alta U47, is it had one of those Teledyne chips in it. And it was really a great camera, except the chamber was purged with argon gas and eventually would leak. And then you'd get condensation. And these chips are bare. They don't have a piece of glass covering them. So your camera had to go in to be serviced. And, sadly, Apogee got bought, and I guess Apogee got bought by Andor, and Andor got bought by Oxford, and Oxford basically said, that's it, guys, we're not servicing those cameras. So we're doing, I guess you could call it eyeball transplants, where we'll take a camera that's failed and is not reparable, but the sensor's still good, and we'll transfer it into a new SBIG Illuma CCD body. So you can continue to get the value of that sensor, because that sensor could be worth between $5,000 and $20,000. So it's very economic. But when you get right down to it, if I'm using that Teledyne chip versus I'm using an 8300 chip, the Teledyne is about 93% quantum efficiency. Costs a hell of a lot more, frankly. But the 8300 chip, on the other hand, is, very affordable. And it's also about 54% peak quantum efficiency. It's about 40% or so as it starts to tail off. But what does that mean in real time? Well, what that means in real time is if you're going to do 20 hours of imaging with the 8300, you're probably able to achieve the same thing in 10 hours of imaging. But when you're building the individual images, having 10 hours of straight clear nights isn't going to happen. for most of us anyway, unless you're in Chile or New Mexico.
Or
So
outer
at the
space.
end of the day, it all kind of is worth spending some time on, but it shouldn't necessarily be the deciding factor. But make sure you understand what you're looking at. The other one that drives me insane is frame rates. Now, frame rates you'll often see for stopping the baseball or the bullet, those applications where you need a high-speed camera. And frame rate on at least one vendor's data sheet for their little hobby astro cameras that use CMOS sensors quotes the fastest rate that the sensor can run at. And I happen to own one of these, and their spec is better than 150 frames per second. And so I have on my desk here 2 very fast PCs, and one's got dual NVIDIA video cards, it's got SSD disk, it's got very fast multi-core processor. The other one has an Intel Xeon workstation class processor. It is screaming fast. And I couldn't get that camera to go over 110 frames per second. So I went back and I did some reading. And what I found was that with the average machine, you'll be lucky if you get 15 to 30 frames per second. Like a laptop that you're going to take out observing, as compared to carrying a big power cord and your iMac Pro out there. And then secondly, sometimes the sensor is capable of a certain speed, but the rest of the camera, the pipe between the camera and the computer and the software you're running and the disk you're storing the images on can't keep up. So frame rate, if you're trying to catch speeding bullets, matters. If you're doing lucky imaging with planets, if you're doing 10 frames a second, that's probably plenty fast, because if you really want to do adaptive optics, you have to do about 3,000 adjustments per second, and the typical hobby camera is not going to do that. The other thing is check the manufacturer's data sheet. If you can find the sensor that they're using, compare that to what's in front of you. The CCDs, because they've got usually one readout in the corner, or maybe if you're lucky, 4 corner readouts, are basically going to be limited to maybe 10 frames per second for a larger chip. The biggest ones, like the 16801, 16803, are about 4 frames a second is the physical maximum you can get the data out of that chip. CMOS, on the other hand, has got all that parallel stuff. So if you have the need for speed, CMOS is great, but don't get fooled on this one. And if you're doing like deep sky stuff, you don't need fast frame rate. You're doing a 20-minute exposure, and whether it takes 1 second to download or 1/100th of a second to download, it's only going to add at most 1 second to a 20-minute exposure. So from a cadence perspective, it doesn't freaking matter. USB 3.0 is another thing. If the chip can't read out at 5 gigabits per second, which basically nothing except high-rate video cameras can, you don't need USB 3.0. Certainly with a CCD, you don't. USB 2.0 at 480 megabits is plenty fast. So you got to be careful with the specs, because it's kind of like, a bigger number is better. And what I found is it's more like fuel consumption. If it needs more gallons per mile instead of miles per gallon, it's not a good thing. So same thing, the frame rate, the bus speeds, be careful about that one. Anyway, so let me tell you a little bit about what we're doing new and a couple apps, and then hopefully Richard will be ready to join us shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Part of my day job is helping people like Rebecca Coles. She's a PhD at Ohio State. And in front of there, you'll see 5 very special SBIG cameras mounted on a big 2-meter dish. And that 2-meter dish is part of the commissioning instrument for what's called the Dark Energy Spectrographic Instrument, or DESI. DESI goes on the back of the 4-meter Mayel telescope at Kitt Peak. And the idea here was they are going to build the world's largest multi-fiber spectroscope, or spectrograph, I guess I should properly say, with 45,000 optical fibers. And they wanted to see if this was going to work. So they called us up and basically explained that to us. And we said, well, are you asking us to build 45,000 cameras or a way to take 45,000 fibers and put them on some cameras? And they said, no, we're trying to get some way we can figure out if this is going to work, because no one's ever done this before. No one has ever been searching for dark energy the way we're going to do it. And we think we have the machine and it'll do it. But before we can spend the money on all of that, we need to know if this is going to work. So we did a proof of concept project with them. You can see the red and black SBIG cameras arranged sort of in a plus sign arrangement on the back of this instrument. And that went on the big scope at Kit Peak. It was a big success, and DESI is moving forward. So we're pretty happy and proud of that one. To test all this stuff, I'm not sure if you can see the little video I've got here, but they've got a test instrument that is basically being used in the lab, and then they take this design and took it forward. The other one, which is I think every amateur astronomer's fantasy, and welcome Richard, I see you just popped on. And this is probably a good segue. The Software Bisque guys supplied a lovely new Paramount to Bob Abraham at University of Toronto Dunlap and the folks at Yale. And we put 24 cameras on the back of 24 400mm f2.8 Canon lenses and built the world's first telephoto array. And they are hunting dark matter and extremely low luminosity galaxies. And I encourage you guys to go check out the Dragonfly array. Last week was a...
I was going to say that Dragonfly array has changed drastically. It never used to look like that.
Oh, and there's two of these now. So,
yeah, I know.
And this is just you know, this is old Dragonfly. I can't tell you what's coming, but in any case, the original Dragonfly was 3 Canon camera lenses, 3 SBIG 8300 cameras on I think it was a Paramount ME, and 3 little Mac Minis running them simultaneously. And they were shocked because of the nano coatings on the Canon cameras and the sensitivity of the SBIG stuff and the precision of that Paramount, that they were basically able to do for about $300,000 what takes several million to do with a 1-meter telescope. So the sky's the limit, as they say, and they're going much further. And they've made some discoveries which have upset the cosmologists, because they've found galaxies that are 99% dark matter free because there's no apparent halo, and 99% dark matter because they're extremely low luminosity. And that doesn't fit the cosmological models for dark matter. So that's giving the theorists something to work on. And there's been a few little bumps along the way, a couple of mistakes made as well, but mostly really exciting stuff. And this is all, you know, amateur grade technology that's being used that just happens to be really excellent amateur grade technology. Anyway, so sad day at our office. I guess a couple of weeks ago, the last of our big CCDs in the onsemi family was sold. So many of you have got an STX. Happy days. Our Illumas go forward with some great prices. I think Richard might have played with one of these. Our Star Chaser off-axis guider, which, you know, I mentioned high frame rates are a useful thing for guiders. And this guy will bolt onto any SBIG camera and probably third-party stuff as well. And then you can add our tip tilt adaptive optics. So even if you've got an old STF 8300, it could never do adaptive optics. Well, with the small Star Chaser and small AO, it can now. We've been very busy, obviously. Our new STC7, which I thought I had a video of, and I could probably dig for it, but I'm not sure I can get it to run over Zoom. So it's a very cute little compact camera. It's basically the CMOS equivalent of the most popular camera we ever built. And it has a built-in filter wheel, comes preloaded with filters. And there's some science cameras that are coming, including a new backside illuminated big CCD and a new CMOS backside illuminated. So some great stuff. My advice is figure out what you're trying to do and let that drive it. Don't let it be all about your budget, because usually I find people who buy CMOS, it's a great first camera, but the SBIG is your second and probably your last camera. So with that, there's a ton of stuff up on our website. Many of you know us from Maxim, and yes, there's more good stuff coming. One of the things we just announced is Maxim Maestro. So you can synchronize multiple computers running multiple cameras. And I'll just leave you with some encouragement to keep looking up.
Cool.
Oh yeah, and some images while we talk.
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely say I'm probably more excited by the G Pixel 2020 and the 4040 cameras that you guys have got coming around the corner. Those I've got my eyes on, and you know why already, because I spoke to you about that. So those I'm really looking forward to. And again, I'm looking at it not from a cost standpoint, but more from an application standpoint. And the funny thing here is I've always said this as an amusing factor, is somebody will drop serious money on a scope, but then they'll only plug a sub $1,000 camera up its butt. And I scratch my head going, that doesn't make any sense. So again, we're not trying to push you guys to, spend more money than you really want to, but it's amazing how people don't spread the money across the entire thing. It's always too much money on one part, hardly anything on another. And by then, oh great, I got no budget left, so I'm going to cheap out over there. But they've got too much money in another part.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. One of the things that I learned the hard way, because I got started seriously in astronomy in the 90s, was you can keep buying things over and over again. And then when you total up how much you spent to get to where you are now, you should have just gone there right away. Like save your pennies for a year and buy the better one instead of buying the cheap one and replacing it. Right. Unless you have friends that want to get into the hobby, then you sell your old stuff to them. But at the end of the day, I'm a little dumbfounded when I see people who will spend $1,500 on a mount and $4,000 on a telescope and $699 on a camera, and then wonder why their images, frankly, are garbage.
Yeah. And we see the same thing. They'll spend $15,000 on a mount and another $15,000 on a telescope. Then they'll spend $300 on a camera and $200 on a guide camera. And they're like, well,
your mount sucks. That's what they all say.
It's
yeah, Richard, it's funny because one of the things I've had a chance to do is see a lot of the professional side of the hobby over the last couple of years. So what I call the professional side of the hobby is the people who are, backyard astronomers or elite amateurs, people who are really experienced, and there's nothing snobbish about it. Everybody starts somewhere and progresses as far along in the hobby as they wish. But what I found is the people who are a little more sophisticated, they're thinking about automation. They're thinking about protecting the equipment. They're thinking about maximizing the clear night efficiency. And so what I see is, people that are a little naive sometimes, that they think, okay, I'm going to buy a great mount. I'm going to buy a decent telescope. I'm going to go cheap on the camera. And then they find out that the filters that they have aren't that great either. And so what I found is, if you spend $5 on the scope, spend $5 on the camera and filters. You'll be a happier person than spending $1,500 on a camera and get crap filters and poor quality images. One thing that's really frustrating is, because Richard, you guys have a great camera add-on, I guess for the Sky X, which has now become the Sky Imaging, if I remember. We have our Maxim software. These things end up working together in a lot of cases, like Dragonfly. I've seen people that they will buy a really, really inexpensive off-brand camera, or something that seemed like a great deal at the time, and they didn't really know what they were getting into. And then they find, like, if you take 10 images in a row, the black levels are up and down, There are streaks of noise across the image. I didn't show you guys any bad images, so maybe Simon will do that in the future. What bad image
yeah,
night
I
looks
think we
like.
should. I am actually going to do not the next talk, but one coming up is all about noise control. Why do we do stacking? So I might drag you back in for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can talk about the in-camera stacking we have in our new SBIG CMOS
Oh yeah,
cameras.
that's right. I was going to say, yeah, we never even mentioned that.
Oh yeah. So for those of you listening who haven't kept up on the latest, the challenge with CMOS is that glow I talked about. And if you take lots and lots of images and stack them, it's great. You can get a great CCD quality image. This one that's behind me or on my slides, the one behind me is a CCD. The one on my slide right now is a Hubble palette image taken with our new STC 428 camera. It's a CMOS camera and it's doing in-camera stacking. So short exposures get combined in camera and you download a finished image. There's some cool stuff in Richard's software, I'm sure he'll talk about in a little bit, that lets you do a slightly different approach in addition to this sort of thing. So in any case, but the beauty of our approach is the horrible calibration people had to do with the early SCMOS cameras. We make most of that go away by just having the camera do the hard work. And for those who are the data scientists, we let you get all that data, bring the overscan information out, bring the subframe data in and analyze it and do other tricks as well. But it's exciting times, and all I could say is it's not CMOS versus CCD anymore. I think it's CMOS and CCD, and what fits depends on your application. So all of us win. Anyway, thanks everybody.
Excellent. Colin, thank you very much for doing this. I do appreciate you greatly, and obviously all the people at Wooden Hills always support SBIG and all your other products, of course. So yeah, I will drag you back for the one when I do the talk about noise control, because that one's going to be an interesting one, I think.
I think so too. It's very topical and very timely.
Yes. All right. Again, thank you very much. We're just going to go for a quick break real quickly before we go over to Richard, because I do have to use the bathroom. So we'll go 2 minutes and we will be right back. Okay, so don't go away.
I'll be here. Live
All
in
right.
3, 2, 1.
We are back. So this is the main event. This is going to be the Richard Wright CCD versus CMOS fight. Colin is probably going to be in one corner. I'm going to be in another corner. We're probably going to heckle Richard all night at this point. And then obviously we've got the audience.
There'll be no heckling. I'm not going to say anything that's not true. So
well, we've got the audience watching at home, so I know this is probably going to ramp up all of a sudden with everybody starting to go crazy when we say something that really upsets everybody. So this is going to be the fun side of things. I've got my phone on one side. I know it does.
The
truth
hurts. Yeah.
All right, the floor is yours. I don't think you need to give yourself an introduction again because I think everybody here knows who you are. So,
perhaps. Yeah, Richard Wright.
Get the ball rolling.
All right, let me share my screen here. Should be a big moon on there.
Oh, yes.
Everybody sees the moon. Now I'll start this. So, okay, so I'm going to talk about kind of the changing of the guard, the transition from CCD to CMOS, because this is happening. It's happening whether we like it or not. This is the hand we've been dealt with, and it's been happening for years, and it's going to keep happening, and the time will come when we'll be arguing about, it's kind of like arguing about vinyl records and CD discs and that sort of thing. And I've given this talk a couple of times now, and every time I give the talk, it's significantly different. And that's because we say, boy, it's changing fast. And you're not kidding. If I give this talk twice and it didn't change significantly, then I'd be lying when I said things are changing fast. But the industry and technology moves forward very quickly. So, I want to kind of start with the warning about the curmudgeons in the room, because they're there. So I have a story to tell. I remember when we transitioned from film digital cameras, not even talking about astronomy, just talking about taking pictures of your kids at the soccer game and the birthday, and digital cameras came out. And I know when Colin was talking, people were reminiscing about old cameras with floppy drives and things. And during this, now I'm a software developer, software engineer. So what I know about hardware, I've only know because I have to write software to run the hardware, and you have to learn some of that to be competent at it. But so I'm at this point in my life, I'm reading PC Magazine and all of that sort of thing. And there's a columnist, and he's every month he's got this chip on his shoulder about digital cameras, and he's going on and on about how digital cameras are never ever going to catch up with film because film cameras are just inherently better, and people settle for these crappy images that they're getting with their digital cameras. And the size of the film grain is so much smaller than the size of the pixels. And he had all of these technical arguments for why digital cameras were never going to catch up with film. And, and he was actually right about all the things that he mentioned. Film grain, you could get much higher film grain at the time. It comes to the noise, all these things, he was exactly right about the superiority of film over digital cameras. But what he failed to see was that he assumed that the progress was static, that, okay, this is what digital cameras are like, and they're not going to get any better. Or if they do get better, they're going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. He also assumed that the market, the market forces at play were not going to create their own sorts of impetus to moving things forward. And we all know what happened, right? Regardless of the technology underneath, very few people shoot with film anymore. I did give a talk about a year ago, and there was somebody in the audience said he's still shooting film. And I went to a hobby store recently, and they still have a little section on film. So yeah, film's not dead. Don't start flaming us. Richard said film is dead, but almost nobody is shooting with film anymore. Digital cameras have clearly replaced film in most segments, and I'm sure there's some very technical fields where film is still superior to digital cameras. But it doesn't matter. When you go to the department store or whatever, and you go to the electronics section, they're all digital cameras, and that pretty much owns everything. And when it comes to CCD versus CMOS, it's a good it's a good it's a good thing to remember, right? Don't be that curmudgeon who says CMOS is never ever going to be as good as CCD. And really, CCD technology and CMOS technology fundamentally are doing the same thing. And here's a photograph. I have a CCD camera on one side and a CMOS camera on the other side. And most people looking at this, Colin might be studying real close to the circuits. We're close to the chip, but nobody watching this, for the most part, can tell the difference between a CCD and a CMOS chip. They're doing fundamentally the same thing. There are pixels that are collecting photons, and those pixels are read out electronically, and you get a number. And that's all a digital image is a whole bunch of numbers in a two-dimensional array. And if you look at this photograph, it's a monochrome image of the Horsehead Nebula, right? And you zoom in on it, and by the time you've converted it and stretched it and all that sort of thing, you have numbers between 0 and 255, right? And so a really big number is a really bright pixel, and a really small number is a really dark pixel. And at that level, CCD and CMOS are doing the same thing. That very basic, quantum. A photon arrives and it bumps into an electron. Electron falls into a little bucket, and we count all the electrons in the bucket when we read out the chip. And at that level, okay, that's maybe a first grader explanation, but at that level, CCD and CMOS are really doing exactly the same thing when it comes to taking photographs. They read out a little different. Now we get down to the nitty gritty, and we find that there's differences in the way they're read out. A CCD shifts things and reads them out more or less serially, and a CMOS chip reads out like all the rows at once. A CCD might have one amplifier, whereas a CMOS could have an amplifier for every single pixel. And so you get this huge parallel processing thing. So me as a computer guy, I'm into parallel processing, right? If you've got one person, making something, and you put 10 people together and each one is making it, well, you got 10 times the number of people who are doing it. So you can read out data off of a CMOS chip much faster than you can a CCD inherently because of the way they read out. Now, I got into a debate once with an electronics guy, and I'm not very qualified to debate with an electronics guy, so I didn't debate very long, but it was like CCDs can be made just as fast as CMOS if you clock them up, and they're very expensive. And that's true, but the basic design of the CMOS is inherently faster, and it's cheaper and easier to make a very fast CMOS chip than it is to make a very fast CCD chip. Okay,
just gonna hold you there. I gotta say this, Colin. This proves that people were watching. I just put a message out there on the chat asking, can anybody tell the difference which camera was which? And a couple of people did identify, and one person actually referenced how you tell the difference. So they were definitely watching what you were saying.
I know the difference because I took the picture.
Well, I mean, I could tell the difference because I recognize the two cameras.
If you recognize the brands, yes. If you recognize the brands.
But one person did point out very specifically why he knows which one is which, even if he only saw the sensor.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Yeah,
well,
most
people can't tell the difference. Yeah.
Yeah, just count those gold pins around the edge.
Lots of pins, I'm sure, the CMOS, because there's so much more circuitry. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. CMOS has kind of taken over, and what's going on? Well, the thing is, most CCD sensors are made by either Sony or onsemi. There's another vendor, and Colin mentioned them.
Teledyne.
Teledyne, yes. Sometimes, for some reason, that reminds me of the Terminator movies, the Teledyne model or something. But for us, for amateur astronomers, most of the CCDs are either made by Sony and onsemi, and Sony is phasing out CCD within like 5 years, and onsemi's already quit. Last time I gave this talk, I said they're phasing it out in like June, and they're done. They're shut down their plant. And everything, and there are other options like Teledyne, and maybe Teledyne will come around and go, wow, there's this gigantic amateur market, and we should service that market. And if we make enough of them, we can make some money. I don't think that's going to happen for reasons that I'm going to talk about in a minute. Why are we even bothering? Why is CMOS even why are we making cameras with CMOS? Why don't we just keep improving CCDs? Well, because of different advances that have taken place in semiconductor fabrication, it's cheaper for lots of reasons. And somebody could probably give an hour-long talk about why it's cheaper to make CMOS sensors than it is to make CCD sensors. The electronics tend to be smaller and higher levels of integration, which makes things easier on people who are making cameras. Also, the readout tends to be faster and they require less power. So let's see. They're cheaper, smaller, do more faster, and they use less battery. So, you know, it's not hard to figure out why CMOS is sort of taking over. Now, and again, so back to my thing about maybe Teledyne will go, there's this huge astronomer market and we can make CCDs for them. And this is the part of the talk, if I'm going to get myself in trouble, this is the part of the talk where I'm going to get myself in trouble, because I'm going to tell you the uncomfortable truth. And I don't want you to say Richard feels this way. Richard is sad that this seems to be this way, but it is very true. And that is, nobody cares about astronomy. The people who make these electronic sensors, they do not care about astronomy. Astronomy is a tiny little gnat on the back of a gigantic cash cow. If you look at the security market, the market for security cameras, all right, now those are low light applications. There's some overlap there, right, with astronomy and imaging. But every time you stop at a red light, look around at all the cameras, all right? At every single red light you ever stop at for the rest of your freaking life, look at all the security cameras, and you tell me that the amateur astronomy market is anything compared to the security camera market. It's just not there. Throw in there industrial vision and manufacturing. You know, in the old days, cans coming down a line, there'd be a little thing and the cans would click a clicker and a machine would count how many cans came down. Now, forget that. Just put a camera there. The camera is watching a video of the cans coming down and it's counting cans with machine vision. And there's fewer moving parts. Things aren't breaking as much. And it's a gigantic market compared to astronomy. If you look at life sciences, I don't know if Colin can corroborate this or not, but I think quite a few of the astronomy CCD manufacturers make more money from the life sciences market, at least the ones that I've talked to offline, than they do from the astronomy market. Throw in commercial photography. You know, how many DSLRs does Canon and Nikon and Sony and Olympus and all of those guys make? And yay, Canon's making, you know, an astronomy camera for us now. We have the EOS RA and Nikon's making a D10A. You know why those products exist? Because somebody at Canon was an avid amateur astronomer and they wouldn't let it go. But and if you talk to the people in the know at those manufacturers, it was kind of a big deal to get Canon to go, okay, fine, we'll make a few of these. And I'm not disparaging Canon in any way or Nikon or anybody else, but it's a very small market in comparison. The number of people who take photos at weddings and make money is far greater than the number of people who are taking pictures of galaxies in their backyard. If you look at a modern automobile, I was reading a report, there are like 20 sensors in a modern automobile, 20 imaging sensors. What the heck are they taking pictures of in an automobile that they need 20 imaging sensors? It's bewildering to me. Finally, there's cell phones, and cell phones are just, everything is dwarfed compared to cell phones. There are the projected sales of cell phones for 2020. I don't know how that's changed because of the pandemic. We're 6 billion cell phones. I remember not long ago we had 6 billion people in the world, and they were planning to sell 6 billion cell phones in 2020 for a market worth $345 billion. $345 billion. We're astronomers, right? That's an astronomical number. All right. Do you think ZWO and QHY and SBIG and Starlight Express, do you think that they're going to get, you know, maybe $1 billion in sales? It's they would love to. I'm sure they would. So, you know, in the grand scheme of things,
we couldn't cope with it. We couldn't cope
no,
with it.
Probably not, right? So, you know, and this is the thing, anybody who works in product development, all right, and this is another uncomfortable truth, right? If have you ever tried to send a product idea to Apple, and Apple's like, we don't want your product ideas, we don't. And the uncomfortable truth is, we already thought of that, and we don't want you to think that we got the idea from you, so please stop sending us your ideas. Ideas are worthless. Everybody has at least 2 good ideas every single day of their life. Everybody does. And the difference between a great idea and a market success is execution of that idea. And it's the execution that's really, really hard. Anyway, I'm getting kind of off on another soapbox, but you know, when people come up at a star party and they're like, if you guys would just do this, you'd sell so many of these. And I said, do you have, and I can't say it to them. I'm going to say it here. It's going to be on YouTube. I might regret this, but it's like, do you have any idea how much it costs to buy computers for the software engineers and pay for healthcare and pay for this and pay for the building and pay for that? And selling 300 of something that costs $1,000 is not going to cover all of that. And so it's a big deal to develop a product. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of money. And so what I'm saying is, the people who are making astronomy products are great people. All right. And it really annoys me, even when people pick on our competition. All right. When people think that anybody in the astronomy business is out to rip them off, and they're all charlatans, and we're trying to steal money from people. No, we're not. If we did, we'd have better jobs in another industry if we were trying to make money. Most everybody that I know that works as a vendor, either making cameras or making software or doing anything else, we do it because we love it. We do it because we're amateur astronomers. There are no slick, maybe 1 or 2, all right, but that there are very few slick, oily used car salesman types in this business that are making products. And I'll concede, some people are more competent than other people. All right. But nobody gets up in the morning and goes, how can I rip these people off? Anyway, again, on my soapbox, what is my point? The point is, the astronomy community is very, very small community. And that market is very, very small. And CMOS has taken over the world. And we literally, even in the CCD camera business, we literally take table scraps from all these other industries. Nobody's making, very few people, I'm going to say nobody, I might get in trouble for it. You know, nobody made CCD chips just for amateur astronomers to do astrophotography. They made these CCD chips for other things, and the CCD vendors went, hey, that chip has specs that would, you know, that'd make a good astronomy camera, and they'd build an astronomy camera around it, and they would sell it to me and to you. And that's great. And we're seeing the same thing in CMOS. The market is full of CMOS sensors, lots and lots of CMOS sensors designed and intended for other things. And we look at that sensor and go, you know, that'd probably make a pretty good, you know, it's got a good sensitivity over the range we need, and it's got low noise. It's good for low light imaging. That'd probably be really good for astronomy. But that's the reality, is the astronomy camera market is basically being built on technology that's being driven by other factors and other industries. And what's the point of all of that, you know, diatribe? The point of all that is, that's what's driving the shift from CMOS to CCD. It has nothing to do with CCDs are better than CMOS, or it's nothing better to do with CMOS is better than CCD. What it has to do with is CMOS is cheaper than CCD, and the market forces are just simply overwhelming in so many ways. But even though the market forces are overwhelming, CMOS is getting better as far as the technology goes, and it's getting better because of other market factors as well, and that's also been benefiting amateur astronomers. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of some areas where CCD and CMOS are in contention, and then I'll talk in a little bit more detail about them. But you know, there are some areas where CMOS has clearly already caught up with CCDs. When it comes to quantum efficiency, meaning how efficient am I at counting photons, there was a time when CMOS lagged CCD quite a bit. a modern back illuminated CCD and a modern back illuminated CMOS, there's hardly any difference in quantum efficiency. So, that battle is over. That's water under the bridge. When it comes to read noise, um, and I'm going to I liked in the last hour when Colin was talking about, be careful how you read these graphs with the relative QE between manufacturers. I would advise you to be careful how you read the read noise specs on some of these CMOS sensors. If you crank the gain way up, it makes the read noise look really good. But the truth is, at the base level, CMOS and CCD have very similar read noise characteristics. CMOS has I'm going to say CMOS has a slight edge. And again, I'm a software guy who understands hardware, but I am only a software guy. So push come to shove, I'm not going to argue too much with a real hardware engineer. But from what I look at, from what's on the market, when you look at the number of games that the people are playing with the gain, and I now look at my CCD cameras, the read noise is pretty comparable. The readout speed on CMOS has beat CCD a long time ago. CMOS is definitely very fast, and speed counts, especially for lucky imaging applications. So if you're doing solar or lunar or planetary imaging where you need a high frame rate, CMOS has won that battle a long time ago, and that's already done. I would say where CMOS and CCD are still somewhat in contention, although with some newer entries into the CMOS market, they're clearly getting where they need to be. Full well and bit depth, which I'll talk some more about. Amp glow, we're starting to see amp glow pretty much go away, which is a real problem. Amp glow was a real problem with CCD for a while, and the CCD people figured it out. What makes you think the CMOS people aren't going to be able to figure it out in time? My big pet peeve with a lot of cheap CMOS sensors was pattern noise, and pattern noise has gone way down in the last few years as well. Also, the linearity of the chips has been a problem, but it's a problem that's also getting better. Okay, so that's sort of the rundown. Let's talk about, a little more in depth about some of these things. So here's my video. Yeah, I don't know if this is coming across Zoom or not.
Oh, it is. It is.
The moon's, it's doing the thing that the moon does. When you look at the moon through a high-powered eyepiece, it dances around. Same thing happens when you're shooting it with the camera. And so when it comes to fast readout, this is really where CMOS has been winning for a long time. CMOS, probably, one of the first areas in astrophotography where CMOS made a splash is on lucky imaging. We need really fast readout speeds, and really fast readout speeds don't work for deep sky imaging because we don't have enough signal. But the moon puts off quite a bit of light, or the sun, or the planets. So you've got these really bright objects, and you can get a very fast exposure, fast enough to where you can beat the seeing. And if you take enough of these, 1,000 to 10,000 of these, some of these are going to be at moments of extreme stillness in the atmosphere. And modern software programs can go through and scan for you and pick out the sharper frames, and then you can combine them and you can process them in a way, wavelets and all that sort of thing. But the real key here is super fast readout speeds, and this is where CMOS is. There's really not much of an argument that CMOS is not a superior technology in this regard for that type of imaging. So here's one of my lucky images. This is a scale of 1/10 of an arc second per pixel. So we talk about, in deep sky imaging, we talk about proper sampling, and there's no way short of the Hubble Space Telescope you're going to get a decent image at 1/10 of an arc second per pixel. But we can do that with lucky imaging, and this is with a 6-inch refractor for of all things, and it worked. It works very well. Another area where CMOS and CCD are still somewhat in contention is in the area of full well capacity and in particular bit depth. And bit depth, I'm a software engineer. I learned to count in binary, when I was 12 years old, which was longer ago than I'm going to admit. And so when I see things like bit depth, I immediately and inherently understand what that is. And a lot of people try to explain bit depth with numbers, and when I see it, sometimes they, even being an expert in what binary and bit depth means, even I'm like, I'm not sure that's the best way to explain it to people who, you know, don't do computers for a living. So I came up with my own explanation of why bit depth is important in astrophotography. And that is a simple thought experiment. Imagine all you had were $100 bills and nobody could make any change. All right. And if you wanted to buy a really nice steak dinner, it was $100. And if you wanted to get a soft drink out of a vending machine, it was $100. And if you wanted to buy popcorn at the movies, it was $100. All right. So, okay, that kind of stinks, right? Better if maybe we had, you know, $10 bills and $1 bills, so we could kind of break that up a little nicer. Well, when you go from a 16-bit sensor like you get with most CCDs to sensors that only produce, say, 12-bit data, it's like having only $20 bills or only $50 bills or only $100 bills. You have fewer ways to break up the data. And if your noise is in, say, the $15 range and your signal is in the $20 range, and all you have are $100 bills, you can't tell the difference between signal and noise. So at your faint details, you can't pull that noise and that faint signal apart because your bit depth isn't enough. You don't have enough dynamic range. Now, when the data is read off the camera, you get 16-bit data. And this is where a lot of people fall down on this. It's like, well, I'm getting 16-bit numbers off of the camera. Yes, but it's 12-bit data off the sensor that they just scaled to 16-bit, or they put it in a 16-bit container. It's like when you get those boxes at Amazon and the box is this big and it's got a little bitty thing in it. You shake the box and this little thing's bouncing around. That's what happens when you take 12-bit data off a sensor and you stick it in 16-bit data and you bring it into PixInsight, and like the biggest number is 4096 instead of 65,000. But I think, you know, it's much better to have $1 bills when you want to go buy popcorn at the theater, and maybe $100 bills are great when you're buying a fancy meal for yourself and a date. And the same thing happens with your image data when you're reading it off the camera. And so bit depth matters. And I remember a debate. Somebody tried to debate me, and it's like fighting an unarmed man. He's like, you know, if you stack enough of those images, it doesn't matter. No. Here's a whole stack of $100 bills. Now remember my analogy. The noise is $12 and the signal is 20. All right. It all gets lumped into 100. All right. If you have 1,000 $100 bills and you stack them and you average by 1,000, what do you get? $100. There's no way to recover any of that information below the 100 level. Okay, and I could give you an example with bits, all right? And I could go, you know, 2 to this power is 256 and your numbers, but people glaze over when you do that. People tend to understand money, right? So I don't want my data in $100 bill increments. I want my data in $1 bill increments so that I can tease out that faint data, and that makes a difference. It also makes a difference too, where for, as Colin was talking about in the last hour, you know, how quickly your stars are going to saturate, and the difference between really bright things and really dim things. I was always amused when I would go to an image processing talk and they would talk about shooting Orion, the M42 nebula. The trapezium is so bright and this outer area is so faint. And so you take short exposures to get the trapezium, and you take long exposures, and then you got to combine it all. And I'm like, why? If you have a 16-bit camera, you know, I don't use a calculator or anything. I just experiment. All right, 30 seconds, the trapezium is completely blown out. Back off a little bit. Can I see the trapezium? Yes. All right, just take a whole bunch of images at that exposure. And that faint stuff is there. It's in the data. And if you take enough exposures and you stack them, it's nice, clean with a good signal to noise ratio. And I haven't, one time in my entire astrophotography career did I ever do the short exposure, long exposure thing. I don't do that anymore at all. You just choose a camera with a sufficient full well, and anyway, go around that. So where are we next? Full well and bit depth are important. All right, it is important. And I'm not saying you can't get good results with a 12-bit camera. Most of the digital DSLRs were 12 bits, the first generation, and most of them even today are only 14 bits, and you can get good results for them. But with low light photography, and lots of people get really great images with 12 and 14-bit cameras. But when it comes to processing and it comes to teasing out those faint details, it's a lot easier when your data is in $100 bills than it is when your data is in $100 bills. Another problem with well, maybe I should take a breath. I've been talking really fast. I get very excited, right?
Yeah,
Really?
this is a great image, by the way.
It's an hour talk, and I'm gonna blow through it all in 20 minutes, and then we can fight about something. But
I like this image. I wish I'd
like
had this image.
Oh,
I love
yeah,
this.
Yeah. This was this is a really terrible CMOS camera, right? And it wasn't even a very long exposure. It was like maybe a minute, all right? And this amp glow, and it's funny that we call it amplifier glow. With CCDs, they were amplifiers that were glowing. The CMOS has an amplifier actually per pixel. So it's electronics that are glowing, but it's not actually the amplifiers that's glowing. But we call it amplifier glow or amp glow for historical reasons. Same difference, right? It's electronics that are hot and they're giving off infrared, and that heats up the silicon. And so we get, it's like dark current, only the dark current is kind of radiating out here. And all right, so an intuitive approach to this is, well, just shoot darks and subtract the darks. Well, here's the problem, right? You got a 12-bit sensor, and the biggest number is 4096. And these numbers down here are like, 4,000. So now you only have 96 counts to get signal in there. And the darks don't work very well. And no, it just makes a mess. You cannot dark calibrate out severe amp glow. Maybe some slight amp glow you could calibrate out with the dark frame. But when it's really bad, you can't. And this is one of those cameras, one of these things that annoys me, a pet peeve. And I did some camera evaluations for a vendor. They said, we want to send you these cameras. We want you to shoot with them. Tell us what you think, and we're going to advertise them. And I'm like, dude, these cameras are fine for planetary work, but don't market them for deep sky. But the marketing guy's like, and every time you see this planetary camera, I hope SBIG doesn't ever do this. And if they do, Colin's gonna smack me down. But you see this camera, great for planetary, also great for deep sky stuff. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not any good for deep sky stuff at all. If you have a very short exposure, you're not going to get much amp glow, and you're going to be able to do fine. But on long exposures, all of these cameras are just really terrible for deep sky work. They're not cool. They have horrible dark current, but they work great they're fantastic for lunar imaging. But the marketing guy's like, yeah, but we want to appeal to everybody. Just sell them 2 cameras. People don't want to buy 2 cameras. Well, then, but don't lie to them. All right. Either buy a camera that's great for deep sky work or buy a camera that's great for lucky imaging. But I've yet to see one that's really great for both. I'm looking for one. And I tell you what, the first 16-bit lucky imaging camera that comes out, I'm doing some, so my software profession is computer graphics. So I actually have a research project I want to do, and I need a fast 16-bit camera for lucky imaging for some stuff I want to play with. There's not one on the market. There will be one day, and I'm looking forward to that. Where are we? Pattern noise. Oh, amp glow. So amp glow can look really terrible. So we don't need, we got to get rid of amp glow. Another thing is pattern noise. So here, again, I don't know how this is coming across on Zoom, but this is 2 bias frames. It's actually off the same camera that I showed you a minute ago. And you can see on the left, there are some horizontal lines, and on the right, there's some horizontal lines. And you can see the lines don't meet in the middle, right? So this pattern noise is dancing all over the place. So how the heck are you supposed to calibrate when you're getting these things that are bouncing all over the place? You have to take a lot of biases to try to get something that's representative of the actual bias of the camera. And some of this sort of comes out on the wash. If you take enough images, it's kind of like dithering, but you're dithering your dancing pattern noise. But I just would prefer not to have to deal with that. And for a long time, and again, for a planetary camera, the signal from your very bright target overwhelms this, and it's not that big a deal. But try to do this on a deep sky object. It's very difficult to process this out and get a good image. Another area where the CMOS is struggling to be equivalent, I guess, to CCD is in the sensor linearity. So linearity is a very simple concept. And I'll use a non-technical example. You know, if you can pick a bushel of apples in an hour, in 2 hours, how many bushels of apples can you pick, right? It's a pretty simple math problem. Everybody can do that. All right. And that's simple. It's a linear relationship. The more hours you pick apples, the more bushels you get. And it's a straight line. If you pick apples for 10 hours, you get 10 bushels. And if you pick apples for 1 hour, you get 1 bushel. All right. We want our cameras to work the same way. If we expose for a minute and we collect, 1,000 photons from a star, then if I expose for 2 minutes, I want to collect 2,000 photons from that star. I need this to be nice and linear. Now, a lot of CMOS cameras are not linear. And here's an example of a non-linear. You'll get, sort of a drag at the bottom, and they'll linear over some of the range, and then they start falling apart, at the end. Here's an actual example. And this was one of my colleagues at Software Bisque was working on this, trying to characterize a CMOS camera for a customer that was doing something scientific. And this is the curve, that she came up with. Here's a bigger version of it. But I mean, look at this. This is the signal going up and down, and this is the time. All right. So if you have a uniform light source, you can just simply increase the time, and you got to calibrate it and everything. But, immediately you've got this nice jump in sensitivity. But right here, you're like, even wait a long time. And I don't know what the scale is, but let's say you expose for another second and you got no extra signal at all for exposing for another second. And then all of a sudden it jumps up again. And so at the low, where things are going to be very dim, this camera was not very linear at all. It was really messy. And up here, we got a nice range where things are linear. And that's okay. If all your exposure time, if all your signal is up in here, and again, people try to take these signal graphs and they apply it to time. All right. So if this is signal, the graph should look the same with time. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You have an image. It's a 2-dimensional array, and there are parts of your image that are very dim, and there are parts of your image that are very bright. At the core of Andromeda, I can shoot the Andromeda galaxy for 30 seconds with my f3 optic, and the core is beautiful. I don't need any more exposures. One exposure of the core of Andromeda, and I've got a signal to noise ratio that's fantastic because it's very nice and bright. But then you go out towards the arms and it's like, oh, I'm going to need a few more exposures, and you're going to stack it up, and you get the signal to noise in that area. So signal to noise is not uniform for an entire image. It varies across the image based on the amount of signal that pixel is getting. And so there are areas in your image that are going to respond very linearly, and there are areas in your image where the response is not very linear. And well, why do we care? Just expose for a long time and apply some noise control in PixInsight or Photoshop. Well, we care for a lot of things. If you're doing photometry, this is my first image of a galaxy taken a long time ago. I think that a lot of accomplished astrophotographers should show pictures that they took 20 years ago, because everybody starts at exactly the same place. It doesn't matter whether you're Rogelio or Joe Sixpack. Everybody starts in exactly the same place, and everybody's first images look exactly like this, and probably with a $200 camera strapped to a $300 telescope, because at the time that's all that their wife would let them spend, or their husband would let them spend on the hobby. But if you're trying to measure the brightness of this star, this supernova, what you do is you sample the nearby stars. You know how bright that star is, so you know how many counts you should get for that pixel. And you got to calibrate it. I'm grossly oversimplifying this, but you have to know what the number is for this star and what the numbers are for this supernova. And if you've done all the work and you do the math, you can find out how bright that supernova is. But that doesn't work if your sensor's nonlinear. Now you might get a close answer, and if all your values are in that linear range, you might be pretty close. But if you really care about exacting results, it's gonna matter whether your sensor is flat or not. Now, not a lot of amateur astronomers care about photometry. There are lots of them in AAVSO, and they like to do that thing, sure. But I know a lot of astronomers, amateur imagers, care about their flats. And I remember in the early days, because to be fair, CMOS has gotten a lot better at this linearity problem. In the early days, CMOS was really bad about linearity. And when people went to shoot their flats, the flats just simply didn't work. This is one of my handkerchief flats. So you do this in the field sometimes, point it up in the sky and put something white over it. But these are what flat flames, look like when you're, when you're shooting with a monochrome camera and filters. And you get these little dust bunnies, these little donuts. And it amuses me. More people need to see pictures like this, because I can't tell you how many times somebody will send me a photo and say, Richard, what are these big things? There's something, and I bet Colin gets this. Something's wrong with my camera, right? Something's wrong with my camera. I got these big circular things. And actually somebody did. Another camera vendor who I'm friendly with had given me their cameras, and I said, it's a great camera. So a friend bought one. And then he's writing, he said, Richard, I bought this camera because you recommended it. And he sent me this picture. And he says, what are these things in my picture? Now, I shouldn't be seeing this. For the kind of money I spent on this camera, I should not be seeing these things. And it's like, that's not your camera. That's optical. Those are, we call them dust bunnies. That's grains of dirt and things that are on your filter or on the cover slip of the chip, and flats calibrate that out. They get rid of it. Now, admittedly, this is a pretty dirty camera. I probably took this at the Texas Star Party, because if you've ever been there, that's like the dirtiest star party on the planet. Beautiful skies, but boy, during the day, it's like dust central. But if you want to calibrate these out, in order for the image processing math that goes into this, the sensor has to be largely linear.
Richard,
yeah.
Sorry for jumping in here, but
please do.
That's a great point. And one of the things that I found with working with some of the CMOS devices, some are definitely more linear than others. Mm-hmm. And it's your $100 bill analogy is spot on. You lose that fine-grained data. You lose the insight, the beauty and subtlety in the data. If you don't have enough bit depth. And when I see the flats like these, I kind of chuckle, because I've had worse. And the best piece of advice I could give people, just as a side tip, is the size of the donut tells you how far away from the chip the dirt is.
Right.
And so if you look, there's a couple of tiny little rings there.
These little ones, and these,
yeah. So those are probably right on the glass on the sensor.
And these are my dirty filters, because my filter wheel has dust from Texas all in it.
Yeah, and then there's a couple of sort of overwhelming areas that are in that lower left that I'm suspicious that there's something big there, or it's on the outside surface of the objective or a focal reducer.
Yeah.
But the small donut means it's the chip. The medium-sized donut, it's probably a filter.
And look how the vignetting is not the same for each filter.
I wasn't going to mention that.
I'll plug you. It's like, somebody making filter wheels should really take a lot of care to make sure that the filter is in exactly the same position every time you go to that filter, right? Or at least exactly centered correctly, so that's not, cockeyed a little bit and causing some extra vignetting in your stuff. And I saw you talking about that last hour, so I know SBIG takes a great deal of pride in that level of care in their filter wheels. And I'm not going to tell you who made this filter wheel, but so
that's okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. So.
That's subtlety.
So flats. Yeah, flats. So again, if you have flats and they seem to work and it's a nice image, and then you go to start to stretch the image, right? And you're hitting it in Photoshop or PixInsight or whatever. And you start bringing out the really faint details, and all of a sudden that donut pops back. You're like, well, I did my flats. Why is that donut there? Well, it might be because you're shooting with a 12-bit camera. that may be one of the reasons, or because it's not really linear in that very faint area. Up where it's really bright, it was nice and linear, but down in the dark area, it wasn't very linear at all. And I've seen firsthand. I'm not pointing any fingers, but I've seen firsthand, doing camera evaluations where they do funny things so that the cameras look like they're more sensitive, and very nonlinear gain curves even across. So buyer beware. So really, another analogy I like to use for the whole CCD versus CMOS thing is it's kind of like steak and hamburger. And I mean, most of us understand steak is better than hamburger, but it really kind of depends on how much money do you have. It depends on how hungry you are. It depends on how long you're willing to wait, and who's not had a really lousy steak, and who's not had a really good hamburger. So I mean, you cannot blanket say CCD is better than CMOS. And you can't blanket say the other way. It's really like the photo of the horses that I was showing you. What are you trying to do? If you're trying to do lucky imaging, you're going to get a high-speed CMOS camera. And if you have the money and there's a high-speed CCD camera with a 16-bit readout, you can buy that. I'm not quite wealthy enough to commission one of those cameras myself, but I'm sure you could do that if you wanted to. But for most of us, a high-speed CMOS camera is going to be fine for planetary work. Also, for lucky imaging, it's very bright. So even if it's a low bit depth and all you get are $100 bills, the lunar and solar and planetary work, that's okay. You're not trying to stretch things that are not visible at all and get them up into the visible range and separate them from the noise, and so that can also kind of mitigate that. But for deep sky work, I still want as much of a full well as I can get. Even if it's not a really deep full well, I want at least as much high resolution digitization of that as possible. Hopefully 16 bits. So a notable exception is, I'm going to throw up. This is a dark frame from a IMX 455. A friend of mine got one of these. This is a full frame sensor, 62 megapixels, really, really small pixels. It has a full well depth of 51,000 and it has a 16-bit sensor and has a really high quantum efficiency. So it's very, very low noise, very high QE, full 16-bit readout. And I think that this is probably one of the first CMOS sensors for deep sky work that I would be about as happy with shooting with as I am with one of my CCD cameras. Now, I'm not gonna trade for a number of reasons. Number one, I already have a nice CCD. I already have a couple of nice CCD cameras that I use on a regular basis. The pixels here are a little small, and this is another issue with CMOS. There are a lot of CMOS sensors, and the pixels are very small. And I'm not going to go into sampling theory here, but most experienced astrophotographers know that tiny pixels with long focal lengths are not a good match because of seeing conditions and optical aberrations and things like that. So I would probably, on a CCD sensor, I would want to bend this and get a lower resolution. But CMOS can't bend like a CCD can. One of the advantages of bending on a CCD chip is you pay the read noise at readout. And if you don't bend, you pay a certain read noise for every pixel. If you bend, you clump 4 pixels together and you pay that one read noise for 4 pixels. So you get a 4x improvement in read noise when you bend on a CCD chip. And with a CMOS, you can do it in software. You can kind of sum up the neighboring pixels, and there's some advantage to that. But you don't get that read noise advantage where things are way down in the read noise that you're trying to pick up with short exposures. So this is sort of a, I think this is it's a sign of things to come. I also have, now I do shoot some CMOS. I don't just shoot CCD. Of course, I shoot with a DSLR. DSLRs are CMOS cameras. And I really think that Canon and Nikon, and the others, they've got CMOS together. In my opinion, a lot of the traditional CCD manufacturers for cameras have had quite a bit of a learning curve when it comes to CMOS. And some of them have done really well right off the bat, and some of them have done really poorly right off the bat. But even the ones who did really poorly off the bat, they've been at it for 10 years now, and they're starting to get pretty good at it. So we're kind of getting to the point where a current CMOS design is pretty good for astrophotography, and it's starting to become fairly competitive with CCD sensors for deep sky astrophotography. I still care a lot about pixel size. It's going to be hard to find large pixel CMOS cameras, I'm afraid, and perhaps someone will rescue us from that problem. We don't need 62 megapixels, and people will argue with me, but you don't need 62 megapixels for a photo of the Andromeda galaxy, especially on a long focal length instrument. Yeah, so there's that. I also, I use CMOS, all my lunar and planetary stuff. I use CMOS, high speed CMOS cameras, and I do have and I don't want to talk brands. I've got an IMX 128 full frame color. It's the same chip they use in some Nikon DSLRs, and that vendor did a pretty good implementation of it. There's really not hardly any amp glow. It's fairly linear over the range, and it's a nice cooled one-shot color full frame camera that I can get raw data from. Getting raw data out of a DSLR is tricky. The raw data. Don't let anybody tell you Nikon and Canon and anybody else is monkeying with that data. They monkey the crap out of that data. Even when you get the raw data and you're using DC raw to pull the data out, they're playing some tricks before they record that data. So a one-shot color camera from an astronomy vendor that's cooled. Cooling has tremendous value, and they usually do give you the raw data so it calibrates out a little bit better. That's only a 14-bit camera, but I'm pretty happy with it for doing one-shot color work. I still prefer to do mono with filters most of the time, but every now and then one-shot color is pretty convenient, especially if I put it on a really fast optic and I want to get some nice color data on a particular type of target. That works really well. My friend John Talbot is the one with this camera, and he actually let me use one of his photos too. This was his latest work of Sharp. I have forgotten. I think it's Sharpless 112. Taken with that camera, and he's also done linear. It's mostly linear over the whole range. So lots of good things are going on the CMOS front. This is also a $4,000 camera. So, what a lot of people want to believe is that CMOS is going to catch up with CCD, and they're going to be able to buy a super high quality camera for $300. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I can't say it's never going to happen. Maybe in 20 years, a $300 camera will be equivalent to a $10,000 camera today. But there's still a big difference between a $300 camera and a $3,000 camera and a $10,000 camera. And it doesn't have as much to do with whether it's CMOS or CCD as you think. A good quality competitive CMOS camera is still going to cost you a really big pile of those $100 bills, to pay for. So I did talk too fast. I should have told more stories and myself in trouble.
Right.
But I'm sure, and we got Colin here captive too. I'm sure we can discuss this quite a bit too. But CMOS isn't bad. I don't think CMOS is ever going to be. It's not the right question. Is CMOS better than CCD? The question is, has CMOS caught up with CCD? And since CCDs have stopped for the most part, will they surpass CCDs? And I don't think they will. There's still some important applications where CMOS is still probably never going to be applicable. When you put a camera in outer space, for example, CMOS has got a lot of electronics, And a cosmic ray hit doesn't just cause a visual artifact. A cosmic ray hit can put your electronics out of commission. And I think for radiation hardened applications like space monitoring, CCD is still going to be superior, possibly forever. It's dangerous to say forever, right? I mean, right? I mean, 100 years from now, people will be laughing at all of us. But CCD is still primarily going to be there. And if you have a government budget, you know, you can afford to get CCD cameras made for you. But for us, you know, scrounging money together and the air conditioner breaks and I have to fix the air conditioner and it comes out of my camera budget. You know, what am I going to buy? I can't afford, you know, one of those cameras. You know, CMOS is there. So, you know, where do cameras go from here too? We're almost at maximum. We're almost about as good as we can get on both CCD and CMOS, because what's left? Read noise is approaching 0 electrons already. So the read noise is 0, and the quantum efficiency is approaching 100 on back illuminated stuff. So what are we going to do when quantum efficiency is 100%, meaning we detect every photon and there's no read noise, and we can take 1 second exposures and add 1 billion 1 second exposures, and we don't have to worry about read noise or anything else. You know, what's left? You know, it's not going to matter whether it's CMOS or CCD anymore at that point. And now, you know, I'm a computer, I'm a software guy. I think computational photography is the next frontier. And you know, we'll see if I'm right or not. And I'm not going to go into details about that. But there's other clever things where I think the software is going to start to take over, because I don't see how the hardware can get any better. Well, what if it's 150% QE? Stop. You don't understand what QE is. I'm counting photons. All right. I can't count more photons than actually arrive. You know, if I get 10 photons from a star, I can't say, well, I'm just going to call that 20. All that is scaling. All right. Photo multipliers, scale it in digital. It's all the same magic trick. You know, if you get 10 photons from a faint object, you get 10, and you can detect all 10 of those. That's the best you can do. And, you know, prove me wrong, because if I'm wrong, I'm not going to be embarrassed. I'm going to be really, really excited, because that's something that I would love to be wrong about, because if I'm wrong about that, that's going to be extremely exciting. But I don't think I'm wrong about that. And, you know,
no, because you can, you know, the funny thing is you could use your money analogy there again and say, if I hand you $10, you still only have $10. It doesn't matter what crazy multiplier that you throw at it.
You can convert it to yen and ruples and this and that and all back and forth, but it's still comes back
$10.
$10. It's still $10, no matter what kind of game you play with it. So,
yeah, you know, Richard, on your point, I think in some ways, being in the camera business, SBIG was trying to predict at what time do we embrace CMOS.
mm-hmm.
And I think other vendors were in the same boat to some extent, and some folks went much earlier than we did. And for us, we ended up building cameras using CMOS and SCMOS chips, and we found that, frankly, they weren't good enough. Mm-hmm. And some people have said, oh, you know, SBIG's been asleep, they haven't done anything. And instead, we were very busy.
You didn't want to release
trying
garbage.
to assess this. Yeah, right? Exactly. We don't want to put the SBIG brand out there. You know, the diffraction team, you know, the company name is a bit of a joke, right? Diffraction Limited. You want diffraction limited optics. And once you have diffraction limited optics, they don't get any better. And I think we are at a point with the cameras where the best bang for the buck in CCDs were the on-semi chips, like the, you know, 16803. Mm-hmm. And the 3200. 3200 was probably the best chip that ever came out of that Kodak line of heritage. You know, 85% quantum efficient, superb for photometry, but they're done now. And when I look at sort of the evolution, I think it's time to evolve in different directions. The CMOS technology, as you say, is finally pretty much caught up. We really like that 455 chip. And maybe we'll talk about that at some point in the future, but we really like that. We really like some of the other innovations coming out of Sony. Mm-hmm. The G-Sense 2020 BSI is a back illuminated 2K by 2K chip. from G-Pixel in China. We really like that chip. We like it so much that we've put a price tag on it, and we're just trying to figure out how fast we can get it made. Right now, COVID is, of course, slows everything down. So it's slowed down our supply chains and our processes, and we're all working from home, except for a handful in our facility. But we really like where that stuff's going. But if you'd asked me 2 years ago, I would say absolutely not. The CMOS stuff in the market isn't ready. The Sony 428, is a superb CMOS chip, and in some ways it's better than the Sony 694 CCD, and in others that 694 is still better. But we're at a point now in 2020 where the catch up is very close. I think it's going to be 2 or 3 more years before CMOS really is there for deep sky. But with the 4040 and 2020 cameras, some of the new Sony stuff, it's definitely there. And the CCD is in a stage of refinement. You know, that last, they talk about how you've hit a peak of 80%, and the last 20% is the next 80% of effort. There's a diminishing return there. But just the superb performance of some of the deep depletion silicon sensors from Teledyne are stunning. And the ability to go into the ultraviolet and into the near infrared is now possible in both CCD, and it's starting in CMOS.
Yeah, I meant to mention that when it came to quantum efficiency, there was, you know, it was only a few years ago where if you were doing ultraviolet work, there was no CMOSs that were sensitive enough in the ultraviolet, and you would have to use a CCD. And that's not the case anymore either. So it's kind of like the story at the beginning about the editor, you know, railing. It's like none of this stuff is static. It's all changing. You know, there are fundamental physics involved in challenges, but there are people working on those challenges. You know, CMOS sensors aren't linear, and people throw up their hands. Well, they're not linear. They're never going to be as good. Other markets also care about linearity, and there are people working on it. I found a physics paper actually about, not even in the astronomy community, you know, on the nonlinearity of CMOS and how to fix nonlinearity. And I'm like, other people care about the nonlinearity problem. It's going to go away in time. You know, amp glow. I had a Canon camera that had horrible amp glow, right? We figured out amp glow before. We're going to figure out amp glow again. These are engineering problems, and there are smart people trying to solve these problems, and they can be solved. Now, the physics, I'm a little more skeptical that, you know, if 10 photons arrive, you only have 10 photons. So I'm going to stick to that. But when it comes to the sensor technology, you know, the limitations of CMOS, and really, like I said, the one colleague of mine that got upset because I said CMOS was faster. He said, "Oh no, the CCDs can be just as fast." Blah 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 blah. Yeah, but you know, for a price, you know, it's there. When CMOS catches up with CCD, I'm convinced it's going to catch up with CCD, and then they're going to be both equivalent. I don't think it's going to surpass it. It's just CCD is going to go away for a lot of market segments because it's not practical to make them for reasons of, you know, economic reasons.
You know, the thing is that I kind of feel here is what a lot of us I think are missing is how technology advances and what changes. At the end of the day, CMOS was only really around to CCD to so many respects. Let's just say CCD does disappear completely off the market, and whatever is left is left. No one's going to allow CMOS sensors to just sit there and dominate the entire market. There will be another technology that comes out, and they may call it something else.
So I have an iPhone. I've had an iPhone for many, many years, and every year Apple gets up and says, the new iPhone, it's got better graphics, and it does this, and it's got more memory, and it's got more battery life. And I'm like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Tell me about the camera. And if the iPhone's new camera isn't significantly better than the iPhone I have, I sit on it. I don't think I'm the only one who does this. It's like when the camera is better, I'll upgrade my iPhone. Photography is very important to a lot of people. And every time you can make a significantly an incremental improvement in photography, people are going to want to upgrade, or it's going to meet market demands. So yeah, and like, it's foolish to think that the world revolves around astrophotography. It just doesn't.
Well, yeah.
And it's foolish to think that only we have some of I think the biggest challenge to astrophotography is tracking more than anything else. Other industries and other disciplines, they have low light problems, they have noise. I learned a lot about image calibration from reading papers from the life sciences thing. In the astrophotography world, I kept finding blogs. This works for me, and they would put all these equations. And I'm an engineer, and I would go, these equations are wrong. And he's based all this stuff on these equations that don't work. It's like, you failed 8th grade algebra, and you're making this argument about how calibration works. But I found lots of actual papers in the life sciences market, and those guys were doing the math right. And of course, later on, I found some things like photon transfer and some actual scholarly things that it exists. But for some reason, right, we always Google first and we start looking for things. But I found the life sciences paper on Google much faster than I found credible astrophotography papers as far as the art and science of astrophotography and how image processing actually works at the low levels. Anyway,
Richard, that's one of the things I found as I'll say an advanced amateur astrophotographer, and not having a pure science job for most of my career, moving into the diffraction SBIG world and knowing the amateur community extremely well, and then finding myself dealing with the world's largest observatories. Like there's some folks at TMT, the 30 meter telescope organization. The guy sent me a question on Friday, and I looked at that question and I went, that's a brilliant question, and I don't even know how I'm going to derive the answer for that, but I know where I can start looking. And to your point on the biologists, there's a certain portion of our business that goes to making cameras that are used for biofluorescence or bioluminescence. And one of the applications that I find really cool is you can take living tissue, like on my arm, and I can shine a very bright green laser pulse through that tissue. And then I can have a detector, a CCD in this case, measure some characteristics of that. And I can actually see what's going on below the level of the skin inside the living tissue. There are genetic testing processes and other things that are built around this. And the bio people are coming to people like ourselves that have the astro background because we really understand low light. But I feel like I'm learning a whole new language. I'm learning new jargon, new terminologies, and new ways of thinking. And every once in a while, I've had a bio expert say, well, why would you do that? That makes no sense. Do it like this. And I'll say to him, well, this is why we do it in astro. And what I found is there are old wives' tales about what works in image processing. And it's very instructional to take some of your own data and throw it into a program like Maxim, or you mentioned a couple of others, and start actually digging through the numbers and look how round your stars are. That galaxy with the supernova you showed us. I have pictures like that myself, but your stars were rounder than mine. But there's where you kind of shift from having fun, because at the end of the day, that's why we do this, and part of why I'm doing what I'm doing now is this is fun, and we're helping other people enjoy it.
Most everybody watching, this is their hobby, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny. Sometimes I hang out with my friends and down at my dark sky site, and they're like, Richard, you're still working? And it's like, yeah, I'll go down there to work. And it's like, or we'll have visitors, and it's like, you guys know what you know, one of the challenges is what I was working on for Software Bisque. It's like, you know, Software Bisque doesn't pay me to come here and down here and do astrophotography, don't you? I don't get paid to take pictures. I actually write code. I get paid to write code, and it's funny because it's an amateur. It's mostly an amateur thing. It's mostly the hobby, and it's so much of a hobby that people can't. Nobody's getting paid to do. Very few people, like maybe 3 people in the world, are getting paid to do astrophotography and make astro photos. I did meet a guy at AIC. He sells his photos at farmers markets and things like that, and that's what he does. He takes photos and he sells them. He's a professional astrophotographer. I'm not a professional astrophotographer. I'm a professional software engineer who also likes to take pictures, and that's what most of the people who are doing this, they're amateurs. And some of them are engineers. Some of them are engineers in other fields, and they think that their expertise in other fields should apply to astrophotography. But some of them are accountants. Some of them are plumbers. Some of them run furniture stores. You know, very successful people in many endeavors in life. And, you know, sometimes the technical, and this is a very technical hobby. And sometimes the technical parts can be very overwhelming. And, you know, one thing that's also true is you only need to know slightly more than somebody else to appear to be a genius, right?
That's been my secret to
he's
success.
really smart. Yeah, don't spread that. But really, it's the truth. If you know just slightly more than somebody else, it's very easy to look like you're really, really smart. And if you're really good at image processing and you've got really beautiful photos, then you also have that extra credibility. But you know, and I don't embarrass people when I see it happen, but a lot of times it's like, that is not at all why that works. It's an okay rule of thumb. It makes things simple. Okay, I'll throw one out. It annoys the heck out of me when planetary imagers talk about F ratio. Like, well, I was shooting that at f30. Well, I shot that. It does not matter what your F ratio is. What matters is your focal length and your pixel scale. It's like, well, you have to shoot it at least f30 to get, you know, such and such a image scale. No. How big is your telescope? What matters is the focal length. But you know, the focal ratio, most everybody's shooting with about the same size scope, and so it kind of works. And I'm not going to rain on their parade, but
anyway. You know what the thing is, though? I kind of feel like people cross-pollinate the 2 aspects of photography, terrestrial lenses, and telescopes. Then to me, they are not the same thing. The math behind it, that we calculate focal lengths, focal ratio, etc., is completely different. Because when somebody says to me aperture on a camera, I'm immediately thinking, okay, you're rattling on about, is it an f1.2, blah, 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 blah. But on your telescope, it's a fixed size. It's 2 inches or 1.25 inches, or if you're lucky, 3 inches. There's no aperture blades that close up.
Oh, what about, we should do one of these on crop factor. I hate crop factor.
Oh my God.
Every time somebody says it changes the focal length. And I've seen professional photographers put together a YouTube video, and I'll go, the reason what you did worked is because your crop sensor has smaller pixels. It's not because the focal length changed. It's because you used a sensor with smaller pixels. And I want to write him and go, he's like, I know people are going to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. It's like, yeah, I'm not jumping.
Okay, so I'm not going to name any names, but somebody did something very similar and said, what's the focal length of this setup? And I immediately said what it was. And it's in his Instagram stories, and then he turns around and says, well, it's actually this, only 2 people got it right. And he gave this number of what the theoretical focal length is. At the end of the day, all I see is the main optics, which is X amount. There is a 2X extender on the back of it, and then the fact that it's a crop sensor camera. My biggest thing that I go crazy about is when you have a tele extender, it does not increase the focal length. All it does is it does 2 times the field of view is what's changing, not your focal length, because your focal length is a fixed physical thing. So no matter how many extenders I see and Barlows and whatnot, no, it is still 2000 millimeters.
You know, that's one thing I find. This is a medium format camera, It's a bit vintage from the 80s.
That's a big chip then, or a big, yeah.
Oh, you got the
yeah, it's a
Pentax
big chip.
645.
No, this is a 6x7.
Oh, you got the 6. Oh, wow, okay.
So that's the
That's
6x7.
crazy setup.
Okay, so that's crazy. And here's the 645 by comparison. So these are huge boxes. They take huge lenses.
Mm-hmm.
They have great deal of coverage on the film. This is 6x7 centimeters for this one, and you know, you can get the other one, the 645. I have a 645Z, which is a digital version. It has a 50 megapixel CMOS sensor in it. It's a Pentax camera. Sony made the CMOS chip in it. It's phenomenal. It's not actually 645, in other words, 6 by 4.5 centimeters in size, like the film is for it, or 6x7, like the beast here. But a 200 millimeter f4 lens on this is a 200 millimeter f4 lens on the other one, and it's still a 200 millimeter f4 lens on a 35 millimeter camera. And the thing I love about the Pentaxes is there are adapters that will let you go from their biggest lens family to their smallest lens family. So I can buy a lens once and use it on the small camera. And what people don't seem to get is there's an image circle on the back that's where that light comes to the focal plane, and it's in focus. And on the 6x7, it's a very large image circle. On a 35 millimeter camera, you know, it's like 36 by 24 millimeters or something. And an APS-C, it's even smaller. But that same lens has the same focal length. You know, when its aperture is fully open, it's still that same lens, but the image circle is smaller.
So I did a Sky and Tel blog on field of views, and I showed I have a refractor with a 400 millimeter focal length, and I put a 694 on it, and I have a refractor with 1050 focal length, and I put a 16200 on it. And my 1000 millimeter focal length refractor and my 400 millimeter focal length refractor had exactly the same field of view. And it's because one was a little bitty chip and one was a big chip, but it did not change the focal length of the telescope. What it did change was the pixel scale, you know, how many arc seconds per pixel. Yep. And that's a very important thing to know and understand how that works. That has to do, like the rule of 500. All right, it's an okay rule of thumb, but what really matters is the focal length and the size of your pixels as to how long you can go, you know, on a tripod. But that makes people's heads explode. They just want a number. Personally, I just take a picture and zoom in on it, and if they're long, I shorten the exposure. And it's like I don't need a formula. I can look at it and go, those stars are trailed, shorten the exposure, and it takes 2 minutes. So my formula is don't be lazy. Try a couple of things.
You know, a lot to be said for experimenting. Yeah.
Yeah. And I do the same thing when here's a formula for how long you should expose to do this. I said, I just take a picture and look at the histogram, and the stars are moving, shorten the exposure. All right. Now I could spend all night trying to get my guiding to work better or get my tracking to work better, or I could spend all night taking exposures that are 30 seconds shorter and still get the same amount of data. And, it's a very technical hobby. A lot of people get really too obsessed with the technical details. It literally is missing the forest for the trees a lot of times. It is worrying about some of these small details, like Simon was talking about. He doesn't care about QE. I care a little bit about QE, but I respect the way he looks at that. Like, QE is not nearly as important. I think it's a big deal if you got an 80% QE and a 35% QE on a one-shot color camera, for example. But 9 times out of 10, he's right. The differences in QE aren't nearly as important as people think they are.
I want to remind people though, this is still a hobby, and you hit the nail on the head. People take it too seriously. At the end of the day, the only reason why I still continue to do anything astronomy related, take pictures or whatever, is I get to challenge myself on doing different things. And somebody picked up recently on the fact that a lot of the stuff that I post through Instagram or whatever the case may be tends to be the same thing over and over again. It's either solar or it's, you know, some other BS like that. But I never do any crazy 6, 7, 20 hour, 100-hour long exposure stuff because everybody else does that. And the way I'm doing my astronomy is I'm showing people different aspects, different facets of all of this. This is also why I do these talks, by the way, for these people who are watching, is to introduce everybody into all these little parts of astronomy that we all do, but we don't really know parts of it or get into it. And having that knowledge, as far as I'm concerned, is probably what helps us make better decisions, because God, do I see some terrible decisions. And I will say this, luckily I don't work in the store any longer, so I don't have to deal with this anymore, but I will always say this, I am not upselling you. I am not telling you to spend 50 grand on buying the most expensive stuff. In fact, I've been known to put people off buying a $10,000 scope. The idea here is look at what you want to do, look at what is out there, and you make that decision. This talk is called CCD versus CMOS. It's not what's better. I would have called it which is better, the CCD or the CMOS. It's which versus that. In other words, spec comparisons, just like you laid it out, Richard, on
the trade-offs,
pros and cons. That's what we're really looking at. This is not about what's better. I didn't say that.
What's better, a car or a truck?
Oh, a truck, I'm just going to run you over.
It depends on what you want to do, right?
Exactly.
It depends on what you want to do. It's not that complicated. But people want a simple answer to all areas of life, right? This is why humanity gets itself in trouble with religion, with politics, with economics, with everything else. We really want a simple answer. And so much of the universe is nuance, and we really don't want a lot of people are very uncomfortable with nuance, especially, you know, if I've saved for 3 years and I've got a big pile of money and I'm getting ready to, I'm going to be nervous about it. Right. And I don't want you to talk to me about nuance. I just want you to tell me where, you know, what should I spend my money on? And so I appreciate the difficulty that is. I'm not belittling people at all for that mentality, but that is, it is a less than ideal mentality to have for sure in most areas of life.
I think the other thing I find, Richard, is people need the patience to learn, and their expectations, you know, are not always aligned with the reality. We're so spoiled when I open, you know, Sky and Tel magazine, and I see some of the superb astrophotography done by, you know, frankly, many of the people who are probably watching this right now. Over my shoulder, you know, I've got the Andromeda Galaxy, and I think what's
you got the same thing, yeah.
You've got a different perspective on it.
CCD 16803, baby.
Yep, same. So, in any case, in this particular case, this image was done by Tony Hallis, and Tony is one of the world's greatest astrophotographers. And this one was done with, yeah, I know. I'm just giving him a little shameless promotion if he's listening.
I'm teasing.
But this is 48 images in a mosaic done with an 11,000 camera, so an 11 megapixel monochrome camera with multiple filters. The actual image, if I print it, because of the sheer number of images and the scale of that sensor multiplied in that grid, means I can print that 6 feet across. A lot of the people who are getting started in astrophotography, you know, any camera is going to work. If you've got a DSLR like a Canon or a Pentax or a Nikon, whatever, start with that. Give it a shot, see what you get, and move up from there once you've achieved some level of interest or mastery. Or buy yourself an entry-level camera, and once you're comfortable with that and you've learned some of its limitations, then move up to an SBIG. But I think that the thing is, get started, do something, and have low expectations. You're going to get garbage results for the first while, right?
Yeah. You know, if I get
is a lifetime.
If I can get on one more soapbox, and nobody agrees with me. Everybody thinks
this is going to be good.
If you're just getting started, don't get a color camera. shoot monochrome. And I'm not talking about monochrome with filters. I'm talking take black and white images. All right. Get a luminance filter and an HA filter and do black and white. Learn how to calibrate one color channel. Learn how to stretch and do noise control on one color channel. Number one, monochrome images are beautiful. And I see so many beginners with color images, and they just, okay, here we go. I'm gonna regret this. They're horrible. They're just horrible. My color images when I first got started were horrible. Learning how to color balance correctly and control noise in a color image is at least 10 times more harder than it is to do with a monochrome image. I think if people started with a monochrome camera and they took a black and white image of a galaxy that they could be proud of, they could get I believe that even when you look back on your old images, you can get really good results in monochrome much faster than you're going to get really good results with a color camera. And that goes for a one-shot color or monochrome with filters and combining them. So we're not even talking about how much more work that is. A single color channel, I think, is the best way to get started in astrophotography. The color sensors are more sensitive than the black and white sensors are more sensitive than the color sensors. So you can expose less time. There's just so many reasons why shooting monochrome is a better way to get started. And in fact, even myself, when I'm doing stuff, sometimes I've got a whole collection of monochrome, both HA images of galaxies, of nebula, and luminance images of galaxies. I have one night to shoot. I could try to get a decent color image out of this galaxy, or I can shoot all night in luminance, and I'm going to get a really nice luminance image of the galaxy. And the same goes under light pollution. I live outside Orlando, and I've got some fantastic luminance images of galaxies from my backyard without even a light pollution filter, because the gradients are easier. Everything is easier with a single color channel to clean that up and get a decent image out of it. So if my last thing on earth I can recommend, start with monochrome. I really think that's the best way to learn, and you're not going to outgrow it. It's not like, well, that's for beginners. Even an advanced imager can appreciate good quality monochrome images.
The funny thing is, though, Richard, actually, I do wholeheartedly agree with you there.
Yes,
which is usually why I tell people to bypass. If you're going to buy an astronomy camera, don't bother with the color ones unless that's what it is that you're trying to do. Just go straight for a monochrome. But the thing is, though, in all honesty, I know why people have that inclining thought is, and I kind of blame NASA for this, is you see a picture from Hubble, and the first reaction is I want to take that picture. And because you see color, not knowing it's false color, importantly, you run out and you buy a color camera, and then you shoot, and then you look at it and go, well, why does mine not look anything like the NASA photos? Not realizing that that picture could have had infrared data mixed into it. It's the color palette that makes a big, massive difference. The subject, everything. So
that photo of Andromeda behind me, or the photo behind Colin, and I'm sorry, Colin, being a camera vendor, I'm going to have to say this. It does not have that much to do with what camera you used or with what telescope you used. Both of those images are the result of somebody who's been doing this for over 10 years and been practicing at it. You are not going to get images like that because you bought a color camera and a
monochrome camera
up in the backyard. Yeah. It's like learning to skate. You can buy. I thought, well, I thought this would be a good analogy once. What if I could buy really expensive roller skates, right? And as a vendor, doing customer support, I wonder how many people say, because I found a $10,000 pair of ice skates. You can spend $10,000 on a pair of ice skates. And I wonder if I bought that really expensive pair of ice skates, I would be a really good ice skater. And I should put those on and head out onto the ice. And no, it's a hobby. And it always annoys me. I get in trouble for this too. People come to the booth and they go, I don't have to learn anything new. What do you have a hobby for if you don't want to learn something new? That's a terrible thing to say. You want to learn something new. What you mean is, I don't want to throw away all the experience I have with this tool to pick up another tool. But don't say I don't want to learn something new. Sure, you want to learn something new. Otherwise, why are you here? Why are you talking to me? Of course, you want to learn something new. It's a terrible thing to say. It is. Um, it, and you know, it's like here in Florida, we have people hunt alligators, and I just wonder if I should just go buy a boat and a shot and a gun and some bullets, and I'm going to go out on the lake in the dark, right? I'm going to go out on the lake in the dark and figure it all out on the boat with a flashlight. I'm going to figure out how to use this gun, and I'm going to figure out how to shoot alligators, right? It's ridiculous.
Oh,
But
sorry, I gotta stop you right there,
yeah,
and because that's a soapbox I didn't think you'd get on, but I gotta say that
the
we don't
French
have a lot of
put a
alligators
nickel
in
in it.
Canada.
Oh yeah, okay.
We don't, you know,
Right.
and you know, when our facility was making cameras, you know, in Goleta, California, we didn't have a lot of alligators there. But I do know a lot of people who are self-taught in astrophotography. And I do know a lot of people who are self-taught in image processing. And my one piece of advice I wish somebody had given me is find somebody who's done it before you, get them to show you their setup, get them to show you their camera, ask them
Yeah.
why they
Yeah.
have that. What are they going to do this? What is this little guider? Why do you have this really expensive mount and this really crappy telescope? And all of those kind of questions. Ask those questions. Just plague them with the word why. Now, don't follow their advice because usually the advice is free and it may not be very good, but ask the question why because they will give you some of their thinking and you can use that for your own thought process. And then, like Richard, you said, you got to go experiment with this stuff. I'm not really into hunting alligators as an experiment. But I bet if I talked to some other people that knew something about alligator hunting, they might suggest, well, don't go in the dark and probably not around twilight either.
You do hunt for them in the dark, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
yeah.
not an expert.
They go out at night. You shine the flashlight, and their eyes light up. But you know, if you've never done it before, would you go out by yourself? And the idea of somebody trying to figure out how to shoot a gun for the first time in a boat in the middle of the lake in the dark, it just it really just amuses me. And it's not unlike people who will buy a lot of astrophotography gear and then come to a star party, and they've never set it up in their yard. They've never
Oh,
set
come
it up in
on.
their.
You
They've,
know
they've
people
never.
do that.
Of course I do. Yes. Set it up in your living room, plug it all in. Make sure you have all the drivers you're going to need because you're not going to be able to download the drivers once you're at the state park or whatever. And people are often very unprepared. And again, I'm not mocking them because it's human nature. And if you rewind the clock 20 years, I did the same stupid stuff myself. All right. But plug it all in your living room. Make sure the camera cools in your house before you try to take it outside. Make sure everything is working. Figure everything out in the daylight when you can see what you're doing. Plugging black cables into black holes next to black things in the dark for the very first time is going to be frustrating. And I don't know anybody who I don't know about the rest of the world, but I know for me personally, the longer I'm awake, the stupider I get. And so by 11 or 12 o'clock or 1 in the morning, my problem solving skills are not quite as good as they were at 3 in the afternoon. Just saying.
You know what? I'm going to throw one other thing out there, and then we're going to call it a night.
Yeah.
Is the lazy astronomer who wants the device that you press one magical button and miracles happen.
Yeah, that's called Google.
Well, that too. But I will say this: there is nothing that beats out having to learn the experience. I mean, Colin, you mentioned about the manual guiding, and when I got into astronomy, my thing was I learned auto guiding, but for just fun, I actually went backwards and tried to guide by hand because I wanted to understand what was really going on and why we did what we did and why the guider does this, that, and the other.
I am unworthy.
And well, the funny thing is, I even shot with film. In fact, this is the sheet of film. You can't probably see it because there's no way to show it.
Yeah.
But this is actually this frame here. It's not going to focus. But anyway, that frame there. Oh my God, you've even got one of those boxes. That frame that I just showed you is actually Orion because I wanted to know what it was like when people did stuff. But now I kind of feel that there are too many of these gizmos, gadgets, devices where it's one box that essentially figures it all out for you, and you literally just press the button and walk off. And it drives me nuts.
You know, you're absolutely spot on. This little button box plugs into just about any telescope's ST4 guider port.
Yeah, that's all it is.
And you know, it's brutal and painful. And I remember stories of people at the big professional observatories. They would ride around in the observer's cage up where the secondary mirror was. They would put in a plate of film, which is a glass plate with film emulsion on it. And they would sit there for hours with a button box like that. And of course, the telescope was at night sky temperature. And there's a story that apparently one of the astronomers, Fritz Zwicky, which the new, I guess, Zwicky Transient Facility is named after, would torment his observers by going in with a large pitcher of water, and he would pour that. And so they would hear the sound of the running water while they were, you know, a couple stories up in the observer's cage, pushing their button box. And it became very clear why auto guiders are a good thing, especially if you don't have the best bladder. But I found sometimes little things, learning the basic principles of how it works, you know, and I even built the fake guider box so that when I tell it to go east and west, or north and south, or whatever, depending on which way the cable's wired, it blinks for each of the directions in the same way the mount does. So when I get a piece of equipment I can't figure out, I go to first principles and then spend the time to figure it out. I think the question I get more than anything is, what way does the cable go? Because these little modular cables crimp on two different ways. And they either crimp on there or they crimp on there. And the colors of the wires are either flipped or straight through. If I had $1 for every one of those, I would probably just blow it on more astronomy equipment.
Yep.
All right, guys. We're probably going to call this a night because, quite honestly, between the group of us and even when we meet up at these events, we will literally just talk BS.
Oh my gosh! At NEAF, we're up till 2 a.m. sometimes talking, and
just complete.
And it's exactly like this until it devolves to gibberish, and then we got to get up at 7 to go back to the show floor, and then we stay up to 2 o'clock again, talking in the hotel lobby and whatnot. So
been there, seen it, done it.
Yeah, but you know, our families think we're weird, right? So if we can hang out with other people who are get as excited about, you know, this stuff as we are, it's great to do that. So,
but I mean, that's a great thing is the ability to hang around with like-minded people. And again, guys at home, if we ever do shows again with this stupid coronavirus stuff, and you see us, don't be scared to sit down and talk with us. At the end of the day, we're all astronomers. We all do our stuff. Yeah. You know, there is information that might rub off on you guys. There's no real secrets that we're hiding. I mean, well, there may be a product here and there, but other than that, there are no secrets that we're hiding. If you want information, we'll give it.
Yeah, and everybody starts in the same place.
Yeah.
Everybody starts with no knowledge. Everybody starts with it. It's just a matter of how obsessive and how much time you put into it and that sort of thing. That's all it is a matter of time that's passed. So
pretty much.
Yeah. This is
well, Simon, thanks for having us.
No, thank you guys, man.
Thanks for
always
sticking
a pleasure.
Around, Colin. That was thanks a bunch.
Yeah.
I added quite a bit.
All right, so I'm going to transition out of this thing. Again, thank you everybody for watching, and we will see you in about 2 weeks' time. The next one is a big solar fest, so you don't want to miss that one.
Solar.
See you again.
Bye.
Bye.